Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly safe, and Thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government rests on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will take item 4, correction of votes on proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Friday, 24th November 2023. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. 9. Page 10. Page 11. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 18th sitting, dated Friday, 2024, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I noticed that 3 people who were in the chamber have been marked as having been absent with permission. If I'm not mistaken, I saw the Honorable Patricia PG. I think she was in the chamber. Patricia.
You said number what?
Patricia PG.
Number
9 on page 7.
Table office. Please take
James
note.
Emmanuel.
Number 9
and 14.
14.
14, yes.
Table office, kindly take note. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 18th sitting, dated Friday, 24th November 2023, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I want to, under Order 43.1, I make a statement. Order 53.1I. I want to make a statement. It's not a formal communication. Honorable members, we have suddenly lost 2 of our very hard-working members of staff. We have lost Harold Hubert Wilson. He was the director, the editor of debates. As the Department of Official Reports referred to as the Hansard Department. He was on duty on Friday, very hale and hearty, suddenly fell ill Friday night, and rushing him to hospital, he did not get to the hospital before he passed off. You all know him very well, very hard-working gentleman. We also lost Paul Bakan, a senior assistant clerk at the table office. The table office, as you know, are represented here on the floor of Parliament, those always seated in front of the Speaker. They form part of the table office. And so I want to, with your kind permission, ask that we stand for just 1 minute silence in honor and memory of these two hardworking staff. May the souls of Harold Hubert Wilson and Paul Bacan and the souls of all the faithful departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, I also have some good news and joy to share with you. You recall the paramount chief of the traditional area, His Excellency, I should rather say His Royal Majesty Odinho Dr. Alfram Rimpong III, led a delegation of elders and sub-chiefs with all the glamour of drummers and dancers to pay a courtesy call on the speaker to invite me to attend their annual festival at Suma in the Bono region. I did accept the invitation, and when the day was fixed, I communicated to both sides of the house. So this weekend, we had the honor of representing you at the festivities. Happily, I was coronated as a chief of the Suma traditional area. So my stool name is Nana Adasuoko the first of the Suma traditional area. This was done in honor and to the institution of Parliament and my good self for our commitment to further the values, the norms and traditions, the cultures, and the principles of our people. It was a well-attended occasion, we had the great chiefs from traditional areas that responded to the call of His Royal Majesty Ordinary Dr. Afram Brimpon III. As you know, he's one of the excellent professors at the University in Sunyani. And so I want to formally inform you and to also use this opportunity to convey our thanks and gratitude to His Royal Majesty and the elders and people of the Suma traditional area. At the appropriate time, I'll make a formal statement on what I think this House should, together with partners and stakeholders, do to try to turn the storm, the headwinds that we are facing in connection with the chieftaincy institution. We don't just need to stand and stare and allow one of the most stabilizing pillar of our peace and security to go down. So after the due consultation, particularly with the old woman, I will make the statement, and I'm sure with your kind support, the country will take some steps to prevent what I see, which many may not see. But the chieftaincy institution is one of the building block of our nation. And we cannot allow what is happening to continue. I end by thanking all of you for your support. And please, we're encouraged to continue along this line because we have to build a nation in order to develop. I thank you for your attention. Now, my attention has been drawn to a copy of the official report. You want to say something before?
Mr. Speaker, I think the honor was done you. Your recognition of your contribution to the development of democracy in this country, and especially your courageous and tenacity in holding the balance in times like this. So even though you are notifying us, and I believe we must be given the opportunity to congratulate you and show our appreciation to the good people of Suma Traditional Council. Mr. Speaker, we were privileged to be there. I was there myself. The Honorable Suleimana Adama, MP for Time, was also there. Honorable Anyikwa Frederick, MP for German North, was there. We were all there, about 6 MPs were there, together with members of the Parliamentary Assembly, to support you. And the Speaker, in fact, we were happy. And it gave us a sense of recognition that your effort is being seen. And it also motivates with the up and coming ones to also emulate your good virtues. And, Mr. Speaker, us, members or other traditional councils were there. The Kwachuma Traditional Council was there. Sampa Traditional Traditional Council was there, Doma Tradition was there. It was legendary. Mr. Speaker, they carried you shoulder high. I know they may be given the opportunity for us to buy a palanquin. The Speaker was carried shoulder high. He was properly, traditionally coronated and installed. And the title is a courageous chief. That is the meaning of the title. Nana Adasioko, the first, was installed by Obinuhu Nana Dr. Afram Brimpong III. Odenuhu Dr. Nana Brimpong Afram the third. So in Suma Traditional Council now, we have Nana Adasioko, courageous chief, Adasioko, a courageous chief, that he fought the whites and conquered them. Yeah, that's the meaning of Speaker's title. So when I saw you in this your traditional and royal dress today, I know you are also making a statement of appreciation for what took place. And I believe we are not the only traditional council. You as a chief. This has happened in many cultures and many traditional areas, from Paga to Azin and from Sampa to Aflao. I know, Mr. Speaker, we those who are left, now we are having chiefs. If you are able to come to Parliament for at least 6-7 times, 28 years, 32 years, we have Nana Sumpa hearing. Also seated here. Then maybe the next one left to be installed will be Nana Osadifu to be. I like to call it that. Mr. Speaker, you are the only 3 classmates here. And since you are the sole surviving member of the 1992 Parliament, together with Alhaji Kolintaga, we know it pays to kill yourself for the country. And Ghana and Parliament of Ghana is worth dying for. With this, with the Speaker, on behalf of the leader of the House, on the minority leader, I know majority leader was Nana Sumpayin was also be speaking. So, on behalf of the minority leader and the minority caucus, we want to convey our appreciation to the good people of Suma and also to show our appreciation. We're there to support you, to your good self, for emulating and representing Ghana and representing us. So we congratulate you once again. So over to you, Nana Sumpayin.
Mr. Speaker, this certainly is an honored invitation by the Deputy Minister to speak, but I was minded to speak though. Mr. Speaker, let me rise to show appreciation to the Paramount Chief of Suma for the recognition that has been extended to you. Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure that those of us in the majority were aware, because the Chief Whip was just telling me that he wasn't aware. I believe if we're aware, a couple of us, in spite of the busy schedule over the weekend, certainly would have been part.
Actually, officially, the caucus was written to, but I think it was passed through the chair of the caucus leader from the Bono region.
Thank you. Unfortunately, he is not here, so I can't speak for him. But I'm saying that if that formally been communicated to the caucus leader, perhaps a couple of us would have been there to be part of this event. But Mr. Speaker, I think, as you rightly said, indeed it's a recognition of the role of Parliament in the governance architecture of this country, that people increasingly are becoming aware of the role of Parliament in governance. Previously, it was difficult, people getting to appreciate what we do here, and that this recognition is not coming from the chief, from your own backyard, but from another part of the country. I think it lends credence to what is being done here. Speaker, so I'm told, as you yourself has indicated to us, that a name given to you is Nana Adasioko. I don't know who is adding the first, because in traditionally, if there's not an Adasioko earlier preceding you, and you are the first to be there, you are simply Nana Adasioko. If there should be another who follows you, you'll be Adasioko the second, in which case the predecessor recognized as Adasioko the first. So that's how it is. Mr. Speaker, this narration is being disputed by Colonel Zauda Alaji. I don't know how much custom that is in him to dispute what I'm saying. I don't know how much custom and tradition is in you to dispute what I'm saying. Rest in peace where you are sitting. Don't. But Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, is a very good recognition of what you've been doing, and in the fullness of time, because you've gone to have the recognition bestowed on you elsewhere. Perhaps there should be a short ceremony here to welcome you properly, and when it comes to be done, then greater prowess will be demonstrated. And I think you'll be given a fitting place. You'll be given a fitting place in here. I want to believe, though, because the minority chief deputy whip, in alluding to the event, saying that it's been properly done and that traditionally you are recognized and so on and so forth, we should make a distinction. We should make a distinction. I am Sumpahini. Yes, but mine is not a black stool chiefship. And I want to believe that the speaker's is not. Yes, because, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is clear. The Constitution is clear that a person shall not, it says that a person shall not be eligible to be a member of Parliament if he is a chief. If he is a chief. Now, for qualification for speakership, it says there shall be a Speaker of Parliament who shall be elected by the members of Parliament from among members of Parliament, from among persons who are members of Parliament who are qualified to be elected as members of Parliament. So that if you are on a black stool, then you cannot be elected as a Speaker. And I'm just saying that that distinction should be made. We recognize that it's made a chief, just as we said, but I'm not on a black stool. Yes, I'm not a black stool chief. In which case, you are not gazetted. If you are, then they are ambitious. So I will just caution Ahmed. The glorification that he was alluding to, we should be careful. Or was asking to build a house, perhaps, but to be a custodian of land, that will be difficult. But Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding, I believe that the recognition should not be lost on anyone here. I thank you for the space.
Thank you, honorable leaders. I hope that next time the word will be properly communicated to all of you, so that those of you who have time to be part of the pomp and pageantry that we experience will be with us. But the regional minister received us very well, a very fine lady, and the DC was present with a delegation of the regional execs of the MPP. They were there in their numbers. So it was really a national event. And the important thing is that the theme was, if the Son therefore shall make you free, we shall be free indeed. Those of you who know a bit about the Holy Bible will know that this is a quote from John 8:36. John 8:36. If the Son therefore shall make you free, we shall be free indeed. And so if Parliament is free, definitely the people of Ghana will be free indeed. I didn't want to go into details because I'm humble enough not to praise myself. But I think that this moment you see is not from me, it's from them. And so what you see me wear is not paid for by Parliament. Is usually the honor done me by the various traditional. So we have saved money on sewing of gowns, which are quite expensive. These are the participation of our youth and people. And so I am a Dagara. That is my tribe. You people corrupted it, you call it Dagate. No, not Dagate, it's Dagara. Yes, not Dagate. The language is Dagare. And so you can be sure that I'm not the type of chiefs the Constitution is talking about. I am to partner the people of the Smart traditional area and council to develop the area. And you know the meaning of Suma. Even though my name is Sumana, I was in Suma to celebrate with them. But the meaning of their Suma has to deal with strategy and ends. And those of you who have read a bit of the history of the German kingdom will recall the prowess of the people of that area. And many of you don't read history these days, so you don't know where you are coming from, and you don't know where you are going. That's why Osof Dazi sang that song. We are going, heavens know where we are going, we know we will. Yes, Osibisa sang it, but that was the signature tune for Osof Dazi. Now, you don't know where you are going. Only heaven knows. But you know you will. How? If you don't know where you are going, you will never get there. Yes, Alice in Wonderland. So, we know where we are going. And not there. Honorable members, now let's get back to business. We will definitely accept the offer of the Suma traditional area. They have donated land for the establishment of the Institute of Parliamentary Studies. And the majority was called upon to support me to make sure that that institute comes to fruition. And we've been given land to at least establish a campus there in Suma, Institute of Parliamentary Studies, because there's the urgent need for us to start catching them and training them to know how Parliament works, the importance, the role of Parliament, the Member of Parliament, and the rest. We need that culture in our society in order to deepen and strengthen democracy. So that land is there, which I received happily on your behalf, and we will take steps to make sure that we establish the institute at Suma Ahenkro. We will move now to urgent questions, or we go to public business. Chief Whip.
Speaker, we intend to start off with the debate, but before then, we'll go on to public business and go on to addendum paper. Other paper, addendum page 3. Speaker, presentation of papers, and we are taking item 3, I. So we take I, IV, VI, and then we go on to page 5 and take X, III, page 6, XIV, XV, then finally on page 7, XIX. Speaker, let me see for all of it to be done in whole by the chair of the committee.
Minority leaders.
Well, Speaker, before the Deputy Minority Leader, I thought that the whip should do what is appropriate. The Speaker was asking you whether urgent questions or we should go to public business. So first, you must apply formally to the Speaker to vary the order of business. And secondly, you must explain to us why we should not take the urgent questions and at what time we will take the urgent questions, because you owe the House an explanation why you want to vary the order of business. Because questions are important oversight tools, and it's important that members of Parliament use it to elucidate the kind of information that they require from ministers. So do that appropriately. Then the Speaker can rightly vary the order of business. Then we can go to commence public business with the laying of your instruments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, no argument about it. So we will vary order of business. Speaker, I'll seek your leave for the order of business to be varied.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, we agreed since last week and was announced during the business statement that this is exactly how we are going to approach the week. We will vary the order of business with your permission, focus on the debate, and then come back to questions and the other business that will follow. So I think that's why the whole week that's the party. But I think the appeal has been made for us to lay some bills, and I think we agreed that we can do that immediately, go back to the debate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll grant the leave and we'll move to order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. Yes, please. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, if I may just confirm the items once more.
Yes, I have them. Okay. I've taken note of them.
So I'm further seeking your leave for all of it to be done in whole by the chair. All the 11 items to be moved in whole.
Yes. I heard you loud and clear. Honourable members, whilst the addendum paper is being distributed, may I draw your attention to item 4 on the order paper. I saw it a few days ago, but it actually eluded me. I thought that is improperly captured on the order paper. And it should be taken off the order paper. I recall that this was a private member's bill that was taken through by this House and passed. I also recall that it was authenticated by the clerk and copies were sent to His Excellency the President for assent. I recall after the constitutional period elapsed, I did officially communicate His Excellency, drawing his attention to the pendency of the matter before him. We haven't received any communication from them. I am able to accept that the item will find space on our order paper. And so I'm directing the table office to take that item off the order paper. The procedure is clearly spelled out in the Constitution, and that procedure should be followed. I so direct. There are other items that were left taken. Honorable Haruna.
Mr. Speaker, before you proceed, you have raised an important matter of item 41 and given rightly so your consequential direction that it be taken off the order paper. Mr. Speaker, may I with respect refer you to Article 106, in particular 1068 of the Constitution, even though you've captured the words that the appropriate thing be done. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution provides that when the President refuses to assent to a bill, he shall within 14 days after the refusal, A, state in a memorandum to the Speaker any specific provisions of the bill which in his opinion should be reconsidered by Parliament, including his recommendations for amendment if any, or B, inform the Speaker that he has referred the bill to the Council of State for consideration and comment under Article 90 of this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the rest follows. How many days say the clerk authenticated in your words this particular bill of amendment to the Witchcraft Act. And Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this issue because this House should never set a precedent where the President refuses to assent to a bill and walk away as if that he has the mandate and authority to do so. If he has, he owes this House fidelity to the provisions of Article 108 of the Constitution. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, some important bills tomorrow may pass, and the President will walk this wrong path. It's wrong unconstitutionally. He has no reason. If he has reason, he must write to you formally. That is why, Mr. Speaker, even when bills are passed, I should recognize the leader of government business and the table. They normally work out the I's, the dots before it goes to the Speaker for assent. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to count back how many days since this witchcraft bill was passed. If it's within 14 days, then the man is working in breach of the Constitution, and he knows the consequences of a breach to the Constitution by him as President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, that is why Parliament is the most important institution in a democracy. It is our function to pass laws, to legislate. The Speaker shares it with us by assenting to it. If he so is unable, for any reason, to assent to a bill, he owes this House an explanation, and he owes the Constitution. He swore an oath. His oath read, he will respect the letter and spirit of this Constitution. So if Witchcraft Act was passed by this House, it means this House is convinced that there should be amendments to the Witchcraft Act. The President must, with some speed, write formally to you, explaining the state of affairs. We don't want to set a precedent. There are other legislations where we have already heard in the windows that when it comes, the President may wish to assent to it or not assent to it. Mr. Speaker, so we want the President to respect the provisions of the 1992 Constitution, and it is the President, not the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, who must assent to the bill in accordance with Article 106 of the Constitution. So I think that I share your view that expunge it, but demand an explanation from President Nana Akufo-Addo, Adudanko Akufo-Addo, that explain to this House why he has not assented to the witchcraft bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Party Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Offences Amendment Bill, together with the Witchcraft Bill, was approved by this House months ago. Mr. Speaker, these are bills that I have personally followed, and I'm aware that the bills, after approval, after passage by this House, was sent to the President months ago, Mr. Speaker. It's almost 2 months now. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, there is a constitutional breach, and this House must take steps to deal with the constitutional breach that we have seen on the Criminal Amendment Bill and that of the Witchcraft Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we take steps to deal with that. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution guides us as to what we have to do when the President fails to assent to bills that has been approved by this House. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands, so that in the coming days we may have to engage you and then take steps to have this matter resolved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for South that. Sorry, K2 South.
Akachi South.
Akachi South.
That is so.
Oh, you took over from my brother.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr.
Akachi
Speaker,
South, yes.
The minority leader has raised a germane issue. These bills are passed into law, and the Constitution is very clear that when bills are passed into law and sent to the Executive President, the Executive President has a period within which to assent to the bill. Where he deems it necessary not to assent to the bill, he must bring the bill back to Parliament, stating reasons why he is unable to assent to the bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been passed for some time now. The bill has not come to the House with explanation where it will not be assented to. Clearly, we are in the realm of a constitutional, and this is a very important issue that the House must address. So he has raised a very germane issue, and I rise to support his view. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a few remarks about the issue raised. Speaker, I agree with your observation and maybe the justification provided member for Tamale South. But Mr. Speaker, what happened, and I've had cause to discuss this with the Speaker, after the passage of the bill, the usual things that we do, we came back and going through it, we saw major issues. That is from Parliament itself. And then we had some conversations that we need, and also inform the President, fundamental issues with the bill which has been passed by Parliament, which prompted the President to indicate that he will then have to have some conversation with the Speaker on this matter. Unfortunately, at the time, the Speaker was not available. And when the Speaker came, the President was also not available, I think on many occasions. And so that has contributed to the matter still being on the burner. As for the President doing it, assenting to it, it could easily be done, except that it we found out that maybe Parliament did not do a good job on the bill, which was going to be an indictment on us. So we needed to find a way about it, whether to have it come through a second consideration, that it was sending the decision on the passage for it to come through a second consideration for us to effect these corrections. But we're waiting for that conversation to have the President and the Speaker. But last week, I reminded the President that this matter is still pending, and we needed to deal with it. And he said he was traveling to be back, I think yesterday. Unfortunately, he has to attend COP28 tomorrow. So if there is any window for them to engage, and indeed I even informed the Speaker last week about this and another matter that the President will be engaging, so that we know the way forward. So it is not on account of the President deliberately refusing to assent. There's nothing like that. I think it's the engagement between the two of them that has delayed and stalled this. So, Mr. Speaker, that is it. So I am waiting for us to see the outcome of the engagement between the President and your good self, and then we'll see what it is that must be done. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, this matter is a serious matter. Parliament as an institution must be taken seriously by everybody in this country. It's for good reason that the framers of the Constitution mandated Parliament to pass laws. And Article 106 is very clear. It says the power of Parliament to make laws shall be exercised by bills passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. And 1067 says, where a bill passed by Parliament is presented to the President for assent, he shall signify within 7 days after the presentation to the Speaker that he assents to the bill or that he refuses to assent to the bill, unless the bill has been referred by the President to the Council of State under Article 90 of this Constitution. And 1068 says, where the President refuses to assent to a bill, he shall, within 14 days after the refusal, state a memorandum to the Speaker. Any specific provisions of the bill which, in his opinion, should be reconsidered by Parliament, including his recommendations for amendments, if any, or B of this process. So please, that is why I'm drawing your attention to it before it's taking off the order paper. If not, people may raise issues about it. The President, as you know, is an astute lawyer, so I'm sure he knows all this. Brought to the attention of the Speaker. Many of these things should be admitted by the Speaker. The majority leader is in charge of government business, if so empowered by the government of the day. Sometimes the government of the day might not make the majority leader the leader of government business, particularly if the majority, because it's not your government in power. Sometimes your party can be in power, you can be a majority leader, but you may not be the leader of government business. The government can decide to give it to another person. It happens in so many parliaments. Oh, leader of the House, leader of government business. I've not said you are not leader of government business. I've not said that. I listened to the Minister for Interior first before I come to you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I have listened to the bit of the submissions that I came to meet, and also listened to your statements, which are all technically sound. Except to say that, Mr. Speaker, is there a refusal? Is there a refusal? I'm talking to a fellow lawyer. So, Mr. Speaker, some of these meetings would clear the situation whether it's a refusal. It might well mean that there is a need for some consultation to inform the decision making. Having said that, I'm not disagreeing with all the technicality, except to say that it's good for us to try to deal with issues of governance in a way to improve on our way forward. Because what will be the effect of whatever we do? That is my contribution. Void of thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your majority leader, let me listen to majority leader. I'll come to you. Yes, please. Majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, two things. The first has to do with the issue that you raised, that you could have a majority leader whose party will be controlling the executive, who may not be the leader of government business. I just wanted to remind you what happened the first time I came here, and you were here. When the Honorable, what was the name? M.A. the one who was replacing the Honorable Dr. Rashid Pepu. He was the deputy majority leader, deputy to J.H. Usuechambo. On the floor, he said that he'd been asked to be between the parliament as the majority. He was purporting that the executive had nominated him to be the liaison between executive and parliament in place of Uzo Chambo, who was not even communicated to Uzo Chambo. And you saw the brouhaha that came into this house. Let's not go there, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I thought that we will drop this matter. But the Minister for the Interior has added some spice. That is, whether or not what the President has done causes a refusal to sign. Mr. Speaker, as I said, what was discovered involving the legislature of Parliament, that is the office and our broadcast, we saw that what had happened was not the best. Mr. Speaker, when it was communicated to you, you also realized that no, it looks like maybe the print out rather was what came out with the problems. They compared and realized that no, perhaps maybe because it was rushed through Parliament or whatever, there were these difficulties that Parliament did not notice. And so, in order not to embarrass Parliament, we were to have this engagement with the President. It pays to have that engagement. I think that is where we are. And I think, left to the President, assenting to it will not be a difficulty. I think that the space should be created immediately. Because it's not only this one, there's another matter that I believe that we can sort it out with the President so that we move on. Because I'm not too sure that we can litigate that matter here. Let's leave it to you. You have with the President, and we can have the best way forward for us as a House. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Mama Yarga.
Mr. Speaker, I think this matter is a straightforward matter. The language of Article 106(7) is very clear. It is one process that has clear timelines, very clear timelines for doing the things that the article says the actors must do. Very clear timelines. As you will know, our standing orders also give indications of how communication should come from the President, not what the President sees you and tells you at funerals. Speaker, so it is obvious that the Honorable Haruna Idrisu is on point in terms of the clear breach of the article by Mr. President. He is on point. The breach is obvious. The Speaker has not indicated to this House any communication from Mr. President. The memorandum, whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, the communication as indicated in our standing orders must go to Mr. Speaker. And the standing orders are clear on how matters are communicated to Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, breach. We can all determine the breach by looking at the timelines. We can all determine the breach. We can all determine the breach by looking at the timelines. And it is obvious that the timelines have been breached. So just take guidance from Mr. Speaker and do as Mr. Speaker has directed and not try to give some direction, and we should make progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I raised this matter. I raised it and I directed that the item be deleted, it be taken off the order paper. I was drawing your attention to it. Simplicity. I know, as a lawyer, the differences between refusal and failure. I know. I know there are strict timelines. I know the procedure of communication. I know the history of the Fourth Republican Parliament, and I know what the majority leader referred to. And I know it was in writing to the then Deputy Majority Leader that he was the one in charge of government business and the liaison between Parliament and the executive. But the then majority leader was shocked and responded on the floor. I know about that. And I know some majority leaders who were, even though majority, were not in charge of government business. On this floor, I know about that. I know. So I read just as a matter of procedure. I can't go into too many details. Take it as it is. Let the proper thing be done. Then we'll pass through the procedure of determination. There was a breach or not a breach. The timelines are important, but let's listen to the communication from the presidency. But the presidency must take note that the article even talks about them at least acknowledging. It reads clearly. When we communicate to them or we send these bills to them, the article is saying that they should signify, he shall signify within 7 days after the presentation to the Speaker that he assents to the bill or that he refuses to assent. That signifying is important. Just accept. I have received this, I've done this, this is what we are doing, even that hasn't come. It's about the person occupying the seat. It's about the seat. And it's about this house, this institution. And once I occupy this seat, the right thing must be done. Yes, I was here with His Excellency the President. And I was the only lawyer at Upper and used to come to.
And I have an office here, Speaker, for my reminder.
That was a later development.
I have an office here.
That was a development. But he is my mate and friend and younger brother. I don't know who in this parliament is older than the Speaker. There's nobody. You can never be older than the head of your family. Yes, honorable members, I'm happy to inform you that we have a very august delegation from the Parliament, Tanzania. These are members of the parliamentary service of the Parliament of Tanzania who are here, I believe, to exchange experience with their colleagues here in the Parliament of Ghana. They are being led by a parliamentary clerk assistant by name Elihake Henry Mutiu. You can see that is the name of a lady. I'm not sure many of you tend to see her. I'm sure the applause will be louder than what I heard. Elihake Henry Mutiu. We also have Mr. George Mara Symphorian. He is the Human Resource Officer 1. We have Monica Venance Mwamunyangi. That is the Human Resource Officer 1, 2. And then we have Amina Saloom Namtima. As a Parliamentary Clerk Assistant 1. And we have the last but not the least, Guancha Alex Makijungu. So as you can see, the gender is very balanced. We have 3 ladies, 2 gentlemen, and the gender is well balanced. Most welcome. On behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, you are at liberty to raise questions, queries, even not only to the staff, but are available to assist in whatever you are here to do. Tanzania is a very, very friendly and brotherly country, and those of you who are not aware, at the last Interparliamentary Union, we had the pleasure of ensuring that one of our iconic women parliamentarians from the Republic of Tanzania is elected to the position of the President of the Interparliamentary Union. And so I'm sure celebrating over the success there. And the majority leader is here. Celebration. Our majority leader, they didn't share some of you.
As because you know what is of the cause. So we shared in the glory of Africa.
And so you see that the speaker is always right. So you are most welcome. This is just on side, but congratulations. Yes, honorable members, I'm sure you all got copies of the order paper addendum, and as requested by the Majority Chief Whip, we'll go to public business. Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, I think after consultation we decided to step down the laying of those papers for today and then go straight to, is that correct? Go straight to the debates.
Honorable members, you want us to go straight away to continue with the budget debate. Yes, please.
Speaker, indeed, I rise to correct what the Deputy Leader said. Contrary to the earlier application we made for us to lay those papers, we had a latter indication by the leadership of the committee, both the chair and the ranking, that the paper should be put on hold. So, as he said, we've agreed to go on to the debate, and we start off with Dr. Marfo from our side.
Yes, we'll start with Honorable Emmanuel Marfo, Doctor. He is a chairman of a committee and therefore is entitled to 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Environment, science, technology, and innovation. And he's also the chairman of the Climate Vulnerable Forum. It's your turn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a contribution to the motion to approve the budget statement and the economic policy of government for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I cannot start my debate without expressing my admiration for your traditional regalia. As someone who hails from Bray, anytime I see Kente, I'm compelled. I was trying to figure out the name of your club. I couldn't get it. But Mr. Speaker, I must say that I admire the way you are taking up culture and trying to reintroduce the respect for our culture and tradition in this parliament. Maybe in addition to the title you got, Parliament may one day elevate you to Nana Kofabai, to wait the speaker who brought back custom and tradition to this house. The Speaker, on that note, let me first of all say that I'm happy to dedicate a little half to debating on the portion of the budget statement that talks about climate change and climate finance. So I do so because we know that climate change has become an existential threat to humanity, that most developing countries today are losing between 5 to 15% of their GDP due to climate impacts. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, we have been experiencing the devastation caused by climate change. Recently, we all witnessed the spillage from Akosombo and that it caused to the nation. The Speaker, here debates on whether there was whether it was prudent for the spillage to be done or not. But let it be realized that only 6.7% of the dam volume water in the reservoir was spilled. And Mr. Speaker, we understand that government spent some 40 million Ghana cedis just to be able to deal with the disaster. Percent of the dam volume is spilled, and we can experience this level of damage. Then one can imagine if that decision had not been taken and the whole dam collapsed. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the volume of water in the reserve, the whole of Akosombo through Akuse up to Tema to the sea would have been flooded. And the budget for government to deal or respond to that damage would have been unimaginable. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it was prudent for government and the VRA indeed to have taken that decision, which was technical estimates. So, Mr. Speaker, we continue to experience climate effects in Ghana. The World Bank last year published a very interesting study on Ghana, the country report. And we are told that climate change costs some $2 billion per year until 2050. That will be the cost of climate change if we continue to follow the same path that we are following. And therefore, what we need to do, country, the Speaker, is to be mindful that until we are able to deal with the climate crisis, we will continue to experience this devastation. And Mr. Speaker, let it also be said that the Akosombo experience should tell us to be able to build more resilient infrastructure and to begin to think through how we are going to deal with the kind of climate-related disasters that we may be confronted with in the near future, because the patterns of rainfall, the scientific evidence suggests that we are going to experience more torrential rainfall, and therefore we should be experiencing or we should be expecting such incidences. The Speaker, along the coastlines of Ghana, half of Ghana's coastline is vulnerable to climate crisis, and that if we are not able to build resilient infrastructure, we are also likely to continue to see the kind of devastation that we experience in Qatar and other coastlines. So, Mr. Speaker, clearly climate change is something that is threatening us. But the story is not all that bad. Climate is also bringing in a lot of opportunities in terms of access to finance for investment. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the kinds of monies that are flowing into the climate space, even though Africa is not taking advantage of the enormous financial resources flowing through that space, in fact, Africa is only getting 3% of the entire climate that is flowing globally. Yet, Mr. Speaker, Africa has an investment opportunity of $3 trillion. Climate-related investment opportunities in Africa alone is estimated to $1 trillion. What it means is that we have a lot of room that we can tap, can take advantage of, and leverage some financing to support our development efforts. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at even carbon markets alone, today, Africa, if we are to structure our carbon markets alone, we will be able to attract some $52 billion annually in order to be able to sell our carbon in the carbon market. Mr. Speaker, there is also an opportunity for financing from the African Development Bank. So, for example, the African Development Bank just launched a $25 billion Africa Adaptation Acceleration Project. And the purpose of that is to provide $25 billion for African countries to leverage on that in order to tap into even greater climate finance. So, Mr. Speaker, Ghana as a country, if we are to follow the World Bank study, the conclusion was that some $26 billion in economic benefit can be delivered by 2040 if Ghana decides to take a low carbon pathway. So, Mr. Speaker, the import of what I have just said is that there cannot be any serious country today, especially a distressed country like Ghana, not to take advantage of the huge resources in space to support its government efforts. So the question for answer is whether the 2024 budget statement and economic policy as delivered by the Finance Minister indeed respond to these opportunities. Mr. Speaker, my answer to that will be that yes, and for that matter, the 2024 budget responds to this reality. And if you read the budget statement, a whole session is dedicated to climate change. Indeed, from paragraph 481 to 486, the Finance Minister of the statement outlines a number of things that Ghana has done and we are doing in order to be able to tap into that huge finance. Mr. Speaker, when you do paragraph 676 of this budget statement, we mentioned the potential of a number of agreements that are coming on board. As you may recall, some 2 years ago, we approved an agreement between Ghana and Switzerland, implemented, in fact, as projects in Africa, an adaptation project in Africa to provide green financing and low carbon energy technology. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, government has also laid before this House an agreement between Ghana and Sweden, agreement between Ghana and Singapore to also deal with this trading that will be able to bring more financing into this country. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is also clear in the budget statement where Ghana is benefiting from climate finance. So, for example, we see that Ghana is likely to get a flow of $500,000 from the V20 loss and damage, or what we call the Global Shield Fund. Again, in paragraph 481, the budget statement reports that Ghana is raking in $45 million by 2024, again from the same green fund. We also see in paragraph 481, under the Ghana Share Landscape Emission Reduction Project, a payment of some $54 million initiatives. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 676, Ghana is expected through carbon trading to generate $100 million by 2030. Mr. Speaker, all these are showing the opportunities that exist for Ghana to take advantage of the government to execute in our budget. Mr. Speaker, as a country that is debt distressed, we need a paradigm shift to now focus on tapping into green financing to be able to mobilize sufficient funds to deal with the normal development challenges that we have. And whether we like it or not, climate finance is the future, and there is no serious government, debt distressed country that can implement any budget to have fiscal space to deal with your development projects without, venturing into the green funds. So the potentials are great, but Mr. Speaker, there is a lot of work also to be done. As I said, with all the money that we have not positioned ourselves to be able to develop bankable projects and propose to be able to take advantage of getting into these funds. And that is why even today, if you go to European Union, the European Union has directed that every country within that union should be able to prepare green budgets. And to do so, they are supposed to set up institutions that will be able to track the investments that the country is making in the green space, and to be able to show the monies that are flowing into the country and then the expenditures that government is embarking on in that space. Mr. Speaker, maybe going forward, Ghana may have to consider an petting of our tracking the revenues that we are getting for the climate finance and then the expenditures. That will enable Parliament to be able to, to be properly informed, but again, to be able to do
1 more minute.
An effective.
1 more minute left for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just winding up by saying that Ghana, this budget has adequately responded to the issues. In paragraph 483, the Ministry of Finance is going to create a climate financing division, a whole under the ministry that will be dedicated to tapping the advantages that finance offers. And Mr. Speaker, as a Parliament, we also prepare ourselves to do effective oversight and also support government in tapping these resources. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman. I've been watching the members, and I have a number of requests from members who want to join you at the COP28. Yes, I'm watching you whether you are keen in listening to him and also the provisions in the budget. If I find out that you are not, I will definitely not approve your request. Chairman, I hope you agree with me. Yes. So I'm watching all of you, particularly those who have made the request. Because when you go, you must speak the language of Ghana. You don't go and speak a different language and don't let us get the funding. We need it to be able to overcome challenges as a result of the climate change. Yes, we now move on to the minority side, and we have the Honorable Comfordoyo Kujo. She is a leader, a deputy whip, and therefore entitled to how many minutes? 30? 25. 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Yes. So go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this Honorable House approve the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 5, column 27 reads, Mr. Speaker, the government has budgeted an amount of 220 million Ghana cedis to support the relief phase of the communities, for the communities affected by the Akosomo spillage as well as flash stream in the Oti, Savannah and Bono East region. Mr. Speaker, I don't get it here because the minister is saying upstream. What about the downstream? Because Adan was seriously affected, and Adan is at the downstream. So if you mention upstream, I'm not getting it right here. Then, Mr. Speaker, at column 28, for the restoration, government through the Ministry of Agriculture will allocate additional resources to support the restoration of livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture should know that a lot of communities were affected in Adan, and the Agric Minister should move a team to make sure they capture all of them. Mr. Speaker, in the news, it was published that the Chief of Staff, Freeman of Paris, released 40 million for this period. But, Mr. Speaker, Adan, we have received 10,000 Ghana cedis for NADMO to evacuate the people from 29 communities. And 10,000 cannot even do for only Azizanya. Because Azizanya alone, the number of people there, 10,000 cannot do that work over there. And 10,000 for the district assembly to prepare the safe havens for them. That's all we have received from them. So Madam Freeman of Paris should go down and investigate where the 40 million Ghana cedis were spent. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, page 67, 62, column 276. Mr. Speaker, our engagement with local manufacturers of sanitary pads revealed that there is adequate local capacity to produce far in excess of our demand. Therefore, as part of government social contract and its effort to boost car industry, import duty waivers will be extended to cover import of raw materials for the local production sanitary pads. as well as zero rating of VAT locally produced palm. Government is currently in discussions with these local manufacturers to ensure that the concessions are reflected in the final of the product on the market. Mr. Speaker, we are tired of these promises. The minister should have gone straight and said that they have asked on both import and local manufacturers. Because in 2020, Dr. Baumia, Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, 22nd August 2020, during MPP Master lunch in Cape Coast, disclosed that the MPP government will scrap off the 20% luxury tax on sanitary pads. We will eliminate import duties on sanitary pads to improve health conditions, particularly for the girls. It is very important. These are the exact words of Dr. Baumia. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President, Dr. Baumia. Mr. Speaker, if the House will recall,
Don't be distracted. Don't be so focused. Go ahead. Don't worry about that.
If the House will recall in 2014, the then John Dramani Mahama led NDC procured $156 million International Development Association loan to finance the Ghana Secondary School Education Improvement Project, part of which was used to provide free sanitary pads to adolescent school girls in less privileged senior high schools, in an attempt to provide solution to adolescent school girls' absentees, which is highly attributed to their monthly menstrual period. Mr. Speaker, they did this because of the plight of the local girls in our rural communities. And this same MPP Patriotic Party ridiculed and criticized the idea. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the girls in our rural communities need this seriously. And this is not the time to be telling us coconancy stories that tomorrow we are doing this, is not coming, next tomorrow we are doing this, is not coming. Mr. Speaker, in May 2019, I made a statement in this House concerning menstrual hygiene management. Mr. Speaker, and the last paragraph, I spoke about this sanitary pad so that they can give it free of charge to our kids, especially in our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, all efforts to get the government to remove tax from sanitary pads from our for our children to be able to get access to it through filter. Mr. Speaker, now let's look at this scenario. Kenya became the first country in the world to eliminate taxes on temples in 2004, and in 2011, Kenya officially eliminated an import duty on sea pads and began setting aside $3 million per year to provide free pads to schools in low-income communities. Countries like Namibia, Nigeria, Botswana, Zambia, Nicaragua, and others followed in that direction. Mr. Speaker, South Africa.
Honorable member, your colleague is up on his feet.
Please.
Majority chief.
I'm referring to the note.
He's not. You are just making reference.
I'm doing reference.
Yes, majority chief.
Speaker, my good friend,
I'm enjoying your debate. However, Speaker, Order 89 is clear. Speaker, if you may indulge me, a member shall read his speech, but may read extracts. He should just be guided. He should be referred to her notes. She should be guided or rather referred to her notes. Not to read.
Yes, please. Right. Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker, I think my honourable colleague should be completely ruled out of order. The same Order 89 that he referred to, and I read to him. A member shall not read a speech, but may read as from his written or printed document in support of his argument, and may refresh his memory. That's exactly what she do. She can make reference to her notes. That's what she was doing. You are completely out of order. The Speaker, you made to rule him completely out of order.
Majority Chief Whip, you are out of order. Yes, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to interrupt me. Mr. Speaker, this House approved that condoms should be free for men. This House, and it's zero.
Condom should be free for men.
Condom is free. Import duty on condom is free. Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying, we don't pay duty on condoms. Whether import or locally, we don't pay duties. It's zero tax on condom. The same thing we are pleading that for women, this is our, and it is not our fault to menstruate. These rural communities are suffering when it comes to menstruation. Mr. Speaker, I've brought evidence to show you, and I will tender the evidence to tell you why we should make it free. Mr. Speaker, this is 20 Ghana in the market, and I spoke to the girls in the rural communities. I want to serve as vice chairperson for the women caucus in this house, and I asked them how they afford to get it, and the women told me, those who have 4 girls said, I have 4 girls who are at their poverty stage and they are menstruating. They cannot use 100 Ghana a month to buy for them because they cannot afford 3 square meals for them in a day. So what they resort to is to use this one for them. And Mr. Speaker, this is what the girls in the rural communities are using. That's why we are crying. That allowed them to also get this one free of charge. Mr. All that we are pleading for is we are speaking for the voiceless, speaking for people who cannot come here and fight for their rights. And it is our duty to women. We are not here to come and warn our seat.
Honourable member,
we are here to fight for those.
Honourable member, just a minute. Honourable members, this is a very serious matter. It's near to the heart of the country. And please, let's listen to her. Maybe there are a few things that she might overlook, that some of you will emphasize. Because it is not right to tax the period of any woman. It's not right. Tax the period. When you tax sanitary pads and pads, it's taxing their period. But the proposal has come to eliminate it, and that is what we are looking at. So please, members, let's focus on this issue.
Mr. Speaker, after inquiry, this is not disposable. They wash it. After using it, and because they feel shy to hang it in the dry sand in their rooms, And after inquiries from the doctor, this is what they get at the end for doctors, not one doctor. This is the infection they got at the end of the day. These young girls develop various infections when they do not practice proper menstrual hygiene. They contact diseases like candidiasis, that is white, virginitis infection, that's in the vagina, then cervical infection of the cervix. Mr. Speaker, the infections may spread to their uterus. If the infection from this one may spread to their uterus and then the womb. Mr. Speaker, and in the end, the pelvic inflammatory diseases, infertility, and blocking of the tube is what resulted in this one. So, Mr. Speaker, all that we are crying for as women is we all deserve, as our children use this. We are crying for the poor or the farmers or the rural communities who cannot afford this to get it free of charge from the government. That's all we are crying for. We are not here as women to come and warm our seats. We are here to fight and to fight for our women. Mr. Speaker, we are pleading, we are crying, we are pleading. It's a pity. Go and investigate. Mr. Speaker, I will tender the two evidence so that not a committee to go and investigate, and you will realize that I am right. I've done the investigation and I'm right.
Honorable Deputy Whip, I can see your colleague on her feet, the Deputy Minister of Finance. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all as women appreciate this, and that is why government, as a first step, is taking out or removing the taxes on these locally manufactured towels. And as a first step, Mr. Speaker, all the raw materials that are used, that are imported to produce sanitary towels, we are bringing the revenue measure to Parliament to take out the import duties. And also, Mr. Speaker, beyond that, the locally manufactured ones to government is out the VAT. And that is the first step because, Mr. Speaker, these businesses will also have to thrive. And so we need to start from somewhere. And that is why government is taking up these initiatives to introduce these ones. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we share in the plight, clearly we have to start from somewhere. And this is the initiative we have in the budget. When you go through the budget from paragraph 266 to paragraph 281. Mr. Speaker, yes, I understand what the leader on the other side is doing. But we also have to tell the people of Ghana the truth, what government has done. So respectfully, Mr. Speaker, even as she's making her point, she also has to admit that it is in the budget. For the people to also know that clearly she's read what is in the budget and maybe she's asking for more. But if you haven't read or mentioned anything in the budget and you are going on and on and on and on without reference to what government has done, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a house of records and that must be made clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister, you definitely have your chance to put across what is stated. It is there in the budget statement. That is acknowledged. But she is just buttressing the point why you should propose those things because of the reality. So not against the proposals. But she's trying to let you see that you are right in making those proposals. But there's still something more to be done. That's all what she's saying. So please, let us go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the locally produced production of this one, we have only 2 companies. And look at this big Ghana. The capacity. So all we are saying is remove all taxes. If you tax yourself and bring it and share it free of charge. And don't sample, don't use women to sample anything. To start any sample by local manufacturers, just start with another company. We have other companies that produce things. But this one, we are pleading that the government should make sure our rural communities, as Jenana Opopo did in John Mohammed's time, send it to them free of charge, and we mock them in this house and the whole Ghana. Now we are pleading that it, because these guys are suffering. These guys are suffering, and Mr. Speaker, all they need is somebody to speak on their behalf. They are voiceless, they are helpless, and all they need is for women to stand in for them. So when my sister stood up, I thought she was going to support me, so that we plead for the government to start sharing sanitary pads for the rural communities. Our women in the rural communities who cannot afford 3 square meals a day. This is all we are crying for, Mr. Speaker, under the evidence, so that you go and investigate.
Come and get it.
Mr. Speaker, the girls you feel if you get closer to them. So we beg the government to come to run to our aid. All that I will tell Ghanaians is that they should all support this call, so that we get sanitary pads free of charge. How be taxing blood? Mr. Speaker, how can you be taxing blood? This is a blood that produces babies. How can you be taxing it and give condom free pass to men to enjoy? That one, the Bible even is against it. This one is something that is nature. It's nature that is hunting these women.
Honorable Deputy Whip, may we move on, because this one is overflow, and I want to assure you that we will hear from the women. The women will actually be here in Parliament to present a petition. We will hear from the women. And I think that, yes, as we cry for more, we also need to take care that we have a transitional period, a roadmap that will ensure there is no shortage in the country. Yes, there are 3 countries, there were 3 countries locally manufacturing the sanitary pads and the rest. One had to relocate because of the cost of doing business. With what has happened, we will definitely get the person coming back, the company coming back to Ghana, and that will improve on the volumes of production. But we need to have a roadmap of transition, or else there will be some challenges. But the women will be over very soon. So please move on to another area. You still have about 9 minutes.
Thank you,
She's
Mr.
a leader,
Speaker.
25 minutes.
And I will tender the evidence for more investigation, so that they see how passionate it is to tackle this one.
Let's check.
Mr. Speaker, our women in society, now it is time for us to come together and work as women, because issue concerning women is difficult to handle, or is difficult for government, especially this government, to handle them. So we have to come together as women and work on things with united front. Our civil society and other things should not sleep when it comes to women issues. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the markets and other places, you can see that security in their gates are so loose that when it comes to leaving their goods in the market, they have to be extra careful, otherwise things that they leave behind get stolen. Mr. Speaker, all that we are calling for is security in the market for the women. As the government always preach about security, they should protect the women too in wherever they are, whether in the farm, in the market, wherever they find themselves, there should be security for women. Mr. Speaker, you can see that the economy is too hard, that it's not easy for the woman to take the child to school, especially the single. We are playing that a government will come one day and have these single women in their hearts and capture them in their budget or capture them in their manifesto to make sure these single women are well catered for. Because when you go outside the country, you see that all single women are being catered for and they have child care for these women. So, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is capable of doing it. And if this government is not capable to, all you need to do is to vote them out, so that we get a government that will do it and do it well. Mr. Speaker, I continue telling Ghanaians that if you want development and good planning, 2024 plus John Mahama. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to promises and writing promises in manifesto without fulfilling them, then you press Bawumia. But when it comes to development, press John Mahama. Mr. Speaker, is bringing 24 hours economy that will run this country, and it will bring more jobs and more planning for our women. Our women should come together and make sure we work together and get this government out, so that our children in the rural communities will have their freedom, and our women in the market will also have safe grounds to put their things there. Then the market, ever since they started building the market for them, this government cannot boast of one market that he has built for women in the market. Kejetia, they said they are going to build phase 2. Phase 2, we are yet to see the commissioning of the phase 2. And other markets that the NDC government built, they are yet to challenge us. Mr. Speaker, as I said, if you want development, press John Mahama in 2024. If you want promises and fail, or empty promises, then press Bawumia. You see, Mr. Speaker, all we need to do is to kick this government out of power, so that we'll get more.
Honourable Member, the first deputy speaker to take the chair. You are left with less than 4 minutes.
So that we can.
Sit down small, sit down. Wait.
Yes, Honorable, you may continue. Go ahead.
So that we can get more market for our market women, more hospital for our districts, more police officers, more security, so that when they are doing it, they consider gender. They never consider gender when it comes to employment. Mr. Speaker, as I'm speaking now, me myself, from Ada have not seen any development. We have not witnessed any development. Nobody has been there to commission anything. So they should try this 1 year ahead of them and make they build and commission. You build before you commission. If you don't build, you can't commission. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a failed government, and this is empty budget because all that they have written here, Mr. Speaker, they have read it. We will debate it. Even the releases is a problem. The project is a problem. Yes. And they will come again and repeat the same thing in another budget again. And where we are not seeing any improvement. Mr. Speaker, when I see them fight in their party, I say I don't blame them because there is no commission. There is no project to communicate Ghanaians. So that's why they are fighting. But if there is project, like they will be commissioning them and telling Ghanaians what they have done so far. Mr. Speaker, all we want is this government to start packing because His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is coming back. And we don't want future. We want independence now. They should go for him to come immediately and take over so that Ghanaians will have second independence. 2024 is going to be second independence for Ghanaians. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, if you want to have development in 2024, press John Dramani Mahama. And if you want empty promises, go and press Bawumia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next contributor. The next contributor is Honorable Moses Enim. Honorable Moses Enim.
Yeah, table of it. Actually, you can hand it over to the leader of government.
Honorable leader. Shall we continue? Yes, Honorable Moses Enim, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And with this opportunity to urge colleagues to support the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, before I go to fisheries and aquaculture development, Speaker, side of the House and the government want to give or continue to give hope to this country. Mr. Speaker, it is said that the fastest way or the fastest rate to destroy a community or a society is to take away hope. I repeat, it is said that the fastest way to destroy a country or destroy a community or destroy a society is to take away hope. And therefore, anyone who takes the pathway of taking away hope for a country means that that person or that group really wants a fastest way to destroy the country.
we will keep for this country. This government will keep hope for this country, because it is hope we live for tomorrow. Without hope, we cannot live for tomorrow. And we will insist as a government, provide hope for this. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why when you debating on the policy and principles of this budget, you should at least acknowledge that really there's tax reduction or tax being taken off. And if you acknowledge that, then based on that and giving that hope, you can now talk about additional things that you require from government. You cannot throw hope away for this country, expect this country to thrive on. We will continue to provide hope. Mr. Speaker, page 87, 415 of the budget talks about aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, why are we talking about aquaculture as a policy? We've revised the 2008 National Fisheries and Aquaculture Policy. This government has revised it, and we've continuously made aquaculture as a standalone policy focus area to augment the depletion of the marine space. Mr. Speaker, aquaculture stands as the most viable alternative to restock and to resupply, because the marine space naturally, past decades and globally, there's a depleting stock level of the marine space. It's not for Ghana alone, but it's a global challenge. Mr. Speaker, so aquaculture has become very important, and therefore what did we do as we've put in place aquaculture for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, aquaculture is also a private-led, and therefore with an environment for aquaculture to thrive. It's as a result of this that the budget is talking about 2024. We're going to target 35,000 medium to small scale farmers for aquaculture. We have 5 models. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at youth groups into 20 membership. We're also targeting farmers that aquaculture has gotten down and they have the foundation for it. Mr. Speaker, we are also looking at schools and prisons. As I speak to you, a lot of schools like Osei Tutu, St. Francis Seminary, Dorma SHS, Mando and Brema Sekuma are into aquaculture. Why are we doing that? After the children gaining experience in the practice of aquaculture, the product also become a source of food for them. Mr. Speaker, prisons like James Camp, Ankafo, Navrongo, and Sekendi are also being supported into aquaculture. What do we do to support them? We create the holding ponds, we give them fingerlings, we give them fish feed to grow it. Mr. Speaker, it's as a result of this intervention that today, 2016 aquaculture contribution to the domestic production of fish, 2016 was 52,345 metric tons. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, 2022 aquaculture contribution to the domestic food production is 133,000 metric tons. It's because of this intervention that, Mr. Speaker, we've done. We've also, Mr. Speaker, also targeted with CSRR and with Fisheries Commission targeted the one village, one dam. Mr. Speaker, we've done 4 of it as a pilot at the Northeast region. We're targeting this for the 5 regions, and we're targeting about 100,000 youth to go into that. So we are stocking the dams, we are stocking the dam with fingerlings, and we are improving for the youth to take advantage. What again have we done? Mr. Speaker, we've also realized that we need to develop what we call fisheries infrastructural development. As a result of that, our blue stocks our fingerlings, our hatchery stocks have been highly improved. These are the basis for which we can really encourage aquaculture. When you provide viable broodstock, you provide viable fingerlings, and you provide a structured hatchery, Mr. Speaker, you should be able to develop more aquaculture. What again have we done, Mr. Speaker? As a policy, we've decoupled post-harvest management and trade, our fish health. Mr. Speaker, fish health is a critical area so as to prevent diseases and also respond accordingly. We've also improved drastically in that. With the support of NORAD, Mr. Speaker, we provided a lot of veterinary equipment to the centers of the veterinarians in the country. If you go to Accra Veterinary Center, you will see some of these equipments there to support aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, about post-harvest also, Mr. Speaker, today as we speak, we've developed what we call Safe Fish Certification and Licensing Scheme. Mr. Speaker, this was done in a collaboration with Food and Drugs Authority. It was done in a collaboration with Ghana Standards Authority. It was done with a collaboration with academia. And as I speak to you, a lot of the women, based on the standard operating procedures that they are compliant to, a lot of the women are into increasing. And what do we do? Mr. Speaker, the close season that we champion, the close seasons are done at seasons where the fish gravid and the fish pound. And that is the stage where we try to prevent people from going to fish. Mr. Speaker, what we have to do is to make sure to allow every fish to get into its first length maturity so that the fish can gravid and spawn. The moment we are able to do that with a good marine habitat environment, we should be able to rebuild the stock. It is when you're catching the fingerlings, it is when you're preventing the eggs from getting matured, that is when the fish gets lower. So today we are improving on our data and we are linking data to our biological analysis. Mr. Speaker, I speak to you, we've also taken drastic measures to ensure there's a gear regime that is allowing the industrial trawlers to use the rightful gear. Hitherto, they were using gears of vertical opening of 40 meters, a circumference opening of more than 180 meters. We said that now you will be inspected and your vertical opening should be only 10 meters and your circumference opening should be 60 meters. Why are we saying so? Because the industrial trawlers are licensed for bottom dwell species. They are supposed to catch demersals. They are not supposed to catch species that are in the middle level of the sea and above. And therefore, your gear must depict your license and specifically for the species that you are catching. As a result of that, Mr. Speaker, before you move into sea, we come for an inspection. At sea, we do an inspection. And when you come back, we come for an inspection. And keep all your records at play and make sure that your gear that you are using depict your license. As a result, today, the small pelagics that were endangered, especially Sardinella, that were supposed to go on extinction by 2020, today the numbers are improving. The small pelagics left for the artisanal folks to catch because Act 625 prohibits the industrial trawlers from catching small pelagics. And that is exactly what we've done. We've taken hard decisions to make sure that the biological level and then the marine airspace that we have there, with all the upwelling that comes to support it, with all the other ecosystem that we need to put, we are making sure that we are doing that. And Mr. Speaker, I am talking about policy and principles. I'm not exhibiting anything at all. I'm talking about the 2008 policy that have been revised. And today we have 11 focused policy areas that have been revised. And I'm speaking to policy. I'm not just exhibiting anything at all. I'm talking to policy. And this is the stage to talk about policy and principles. And that is exactly what I'm doing. And I'm speaking to the budget. I stated the sources. I've picked up the marine space and I'm saying that these are the policy things that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, also to say that fisheries is a science, governance, and practical experience. And we've coupled the three together. We've engaged, there's a lot of work that we've done. Engaged the major stakeholders and taking decisions with them. We've given report. The select committee itself, we've engaged them extensively. We've taken the select committee to a meeting where we discuss it. We discuss the way forward. We discuss the management measures that we're putting in place to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we get fish to the table of Ghanaians. As I speak to you, we continue to improve the capital consumption, the per capita consumption of fish in this country. We continue to improve it. And we are making sure we reduce the importation of fish drastically. And that is the reason why we've done all this policy with research outlook. Mr. Speaker, we've also set up a multi-sectorial technical team to look into what we call marine protected areas. There's a lot of work done in there. The report will very soon come. Mr. Speaker, we just launched the Marine Fisheries Management Plan that will fit with annual implementation policies and annual implementation or operational plan documented to it. We are following it yearly and annually by it. And this is the way to restock marine space. Hopefully, the financing research vessel will come next year. We will take the stock level and we will realize that we are really working towards it. 2015, 2019, the Marine Management Plan lacked things. Mr. Speaker, it lacked two key things. And it really had some objectives. But these two cardinal things that it couldn't incorporate is what also led to the depletion of the stock. And one of it was one of the factors that was lacking was that it could not insist or it could not bring responsiveness to rebuilding the stock in the marine space. Today we are doing a lot of work on inland as well. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, there's a lot of good job that we're doing, but it is not over. Mr. Speaker, when we come to premix is a huge challenge for this country. Any commodity that is subsidized by government is prone to a lot of challenge. Premix was being subsidized by 80%. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the gasoline component of premix, which demanded...
Honorable, kindly hold on, Honorable Minister. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he has spoken more than 15 minutes. It's now 16, almost 17.
How much time from what I've seen here?
It's 15.
A minister?
No, he's not.
He is not.
He's a deputy minister.
He is speaking what is recorded here. A minister, just the same as leader, 25 minutes. Please, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We are making good points. I'm not surprised at all. When you are debating well and making good points, these are what happens. I've been in this house for this my third time. And I know the leopard cannot change his daughter's skin. I'm very much aware. Very much aware. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about premix. And I said that, look, premix is a challenge for the state. I wouldn't mention government. Premix is a huge challenge for the state. We subsidize premix. And any commodity that is subsidized is a challenge for the state. Mr. Speaker, we are subsidized 80%. Mr. Speaker, we also subsidize outboard motors for the fisher folks. Mr. Speaker, but I can bet you when the fisher folk move to Togo and move to Ivory Coast, he pays tax. He even pays on his catch. But here, we say no. Because most communities are coastlines, poverty stricken, and therefore we're doing our best to make sure we subsidized premix, we subsidized outboard motor. Recently, when we gave them net, we subsidized it with 50% payment. Mr. Speaker, so premix was challenged. The gasoline component of the recipe was also imposing the challenge more, apart from the subsidy that government pays. Mr. Speaker, NPA, when Honorable Hassan Tampuri was the CEO of NPA, he was tasked to look into the recipe formulation and see whether condensate cannot be used to augment or take out largely the proportion of gasoline, which they did and tested. And for now, the gasoline largely has been replaced by the condensate. Mr. Speaker, condensate is a byproduct from Atuabu. When we are processing gas, condensate comes out as a byproduct. Mr. Speaker, so for now, at least using forex to import gasoline for now mix has been reduced drastically. It's a news for this country. And I think that these are some of the hope that we must mention and give the fisherfolk hopes. What we have as a challenge now is TOR's capacity. TOR being a state institution, we thought that TOR should take advantage of this and produce more for it to be released. TOR is a little bit challenged in its pumping and tank reserves. So that is where the challenge is now. But they've started building up their capacity, and we are very hopeful that TOR comes on board fully. Premix will never be a challenge in this country again. Then also the diversifying the diversification of the intended product for its intended destination, which today we fighting it with automation of the dispensers. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you, 50 of such dispensers are ready. They are so much automated. We commissioned them, the Vice President. It is possible, and it is possible. The Vice President commissioned them at Elmina, and then we have 50 that is ready. Mr. Speaker, there are about 120 that are in different level of development. We targeting that the 300 landing beaches, Mr. Speaker, will be ready. The 300 landing beaches will all be ready.
My friend, can you continue?
Speaker,
Yes, leader.
the agreement we had before the start of the debate was that the rankings, ministers and deputy ministers will have 15 minutes. Every other member will have 10 minutes. We made an application for the leadership to have 25 minutes each. It was accepted. So former ministers speak for 15 minutes. The Honorable Deputy Minister speaking for 20 minutes plus. That is not what we agreed. And I can understand, Honorable, the Right Honourable Speaker, you were not here. So I don't know who gave you that information. But if that is the case, I would just wanted to let you that that is an error. We will just correct it by allowing the next ranking to also have 20 minutes. But we can bring that to a conclusion. Please.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all should be very equitable in this. Yes, we agreed that the deputy minister should be allotted 15 minutes. And then the leaders were also to have 20 minutes. Later on, in my absence, you went and amended it to 25. That is not the issue. You recollect that the minority chief whip spoke for 36 minutes. You were here. Please, be truthful to yourself. Please. So, when you want to come to equity, you must come with clean hands. Please. I think we shouldn't be picking and choosing. If you want to be fair, the minority chief whip spoke 36 minutes. It didn't occur to you that he had breached the time. You should be fair to yourselves. But I agree that
Yes, leader.
the deputy
Now,
minister,
guided. Because what I see here,
to have 15 minutes. just as the leaders were to have 25 minutes. When the deputy, the minority chief whip spoke for 30 minutes, 36 minutes, he was unconcerned. When this happened, he was unconcerned.
So let me get it clear. Who has 15 minutes? Who has the 20 minutes? Can I be guided, Honorable Majority Leader? Who has 10 minutes?
Mr. Speaker, I agree that the deputy ministers were to be 15 minutes. That is it. Just as the leaders were to have 20 minutes, later upscaled to 25 minutes. And yet,
and be clear, is it leadership or leaders?
The front bench, that's the majority, the deputy minority leader, deputy majority leader, the chief whips, the deputy whips, all of them were to have 20 minutes. But later they got adjusted up to 25 minutes. And that's why I'm saying that in a case, one was 6 minutes. There was no protest by anybody. So, Mr. Speaker,
thank you. I'm just taking this for my guidance.
So,
apply it strictly.
So maybe from now on, you'll come back. You should go up. Then you should have 36 minutes. You should have 36 minutes.
And ranking members and deputy ranking members are all to have 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, because we wanted to afford space to as many as possible. We want to afford space to as many as possible. So let this be considered as an aberration, just as the chief whip for the minority should be considered as an aberration. And then we move on. Mr. Speaker,
very well.
Don't bow to their pressure. So many people.
I just want to be, now I'm satisfied. I'm noting it down for my guidance.
And tomorrow.
Madam Speaker, the majority leader is right. What we have that the leadership, the majority leader and the minority leader will conclude the debate on Wednesday with 45 minutes. Okay, so how many minutes do you want? Now he wants 1 hour. Be fair. Okay, so the majority leader and the minority leader will conclude the debate with 1 hour each. We are agreeing that the ministers, deputy ministers will speak for 15 minutes. Every other person will speak for 10 minutes. But today, because we have already given the deputy minister 20 minutes, we'll give the next speaker, to be fair, another 20 minutes. That's an aberration. So that one, we'll correct that error. With 20. Luckily, as the former deputy leader, Honorable Aveji will be the next. You also have 20 minutes. So that becomes fair. But everybody 15 minutes. Thank you. Right on, Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Minister, yes. You have done 20 minutes, 45 seconds. I'll give you 1 minute to wind up.
I will wind up. I think the deputy leader hasn't been fair to me. This could have been done after I finished. It hasn't been fair to me at all. It could have been done after I'm done. Mr. Speaker, at this stage, let me acknowledge GFRA, the Ghana Fisheries Recovery Activity, through USAID for their term support that they've given to the ministry. Just want to highlight that if you have total aquaculture production for 2016 being 5,345 metric tons, and today you have 130,000 metric tons. If you have a total production of local production of fish, 2016, 435,098 tons, and today, 2020, 22, you have 657,472 metric tons. A good job being done at the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture, and I believe that it is possible, and we are giving Ghanaians that hope, and it will remain possible. And
Honorable James Kluchaveji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also contribute to the debate on the floor for the 2024 budget. Mr. Speaker, my colleague who just spoke says that as for them, they will keep on giving hope to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is true, they have been giving hope to the people of Ghana since 2017. And once the people have realized hope are all false hope, which will never come to reality, we need to begin to tell them that when the budget prepared does not give hope, we have to tell them. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget statement, there are some challenges that I think that as a country we are going to face in 2024. And I want to bring this to the attention of the Ministry of Finance and to the attention of the chairman of the Economic Management Team. So, Speaker, in 2023, the ministers came to this House and told the House that they are going to raise a total revenue of 143 billion. In July, he came back and said, I don't think that I can raise 143 billion. So they gave hope to the people in December 2022. Then in July 2023, they came back and said, we cannot achieve that hope. And they revised the budget to 112 billion. As we speak now, they have projected to collect only 107 billion. A further reduction. Mr. Speaker, for the 2024 budget, they have estimated to collect 176 billion. Mr. Speaker, I have a doubt if the government can actually collect that revenue. Mr. Speaker, if the total revenue for 2023 that they have to collect is 107 billion, you cannot collect 176 billion, a whooping 63.9 or 64%. It can't happen. Mr. Speaker, mark it somewhere. It will never happen. Because if you look at page 60 to 62 of the budget, the revenue measures that the government won't take cannot give the assurance that a 176 billion Ghana cedi can be in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, agreeing that they be able to raise even that revenue.
Honorable Leader, kindly hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct something. This is a House of Records. My honorable colleague on the other side said, we said that get to the end of the year, we're going to do 104. No, that is tax revenue. He compared total revenue against tax revenue, and that is incorrect. If you are comparing revenues against revenues, if you are comparing tax revenues, you compare tax revenues against tax revenue. So we said that when we revised the budget, we brought it to 134.9 billion as revenue for the year 2023. And we are hoping that by the end of the year, it will be 130.8 billion and not the 104 billion he mentioned. The 104 is tax revenue, but he stated tax revenue and compared it to tax revenue. But it's supposed to be revenue from the beginning of the year, which was 134, and we are hoping to raise 133.9 billion and not 104 billion. Just point of correction. Thank you.
Yes, Leader, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I picked the figure from the budget statement. And Mr. Speaker, if you have a copy of the budget statement with you, I refer you to page 171. Page 171. Tax revenue. Tax 107. I didn't mention 104. So if she said 104, that is incorrect. I say 107. Mr. Speaker, I'm comparing that one with the projected revenue for 2024 2024, and the tax revenue is 173. But I'm using 176 because that is what they also projected to collect for 2024. That is why I'm using that one. And I'm comparing with the 107 and says that you cannot jump 63.9% in 1 year. Look at the figures.
There appears to be disagreement as to which figures each is referring to.
Mr. Speaker, it is not about figures. You check 169. It gives you your revenue. And the total revenue, he mentioned correctly as 134. We revised it to 134, and that is correct. But I'm saying that you cannot compare the total revenue against tax revenue, because if it's total revenue, we are hoping that by the end of the year, we will make 139 billion. But if it's tax revenue, the revised number is 108 billion. And so we are hoping to make 107.6 billion in tax revenue and not total revenue. So you cannot compare total revenue to tax revenue and state that we have reduced it by that quantum that he's talking about. That's all I want to put on the table. I'm not saying what he's saying is not right, but I'm saying that compare tax revenue to tax revenue and total revenue to total revenue. But you can't compare total revenue in one breath to tax revenue in another breath.
Your point is well. Thank you. Yeah,
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm happy that my colleague has agreed to the fact that they cannot jump to the level that they want to collect, whether it's tax revenue, total revenue, whether 134 or whatever. You cannot. That is my observation. That is my observation, Mr. Speaker. They can take it or not. Mr. Speaker, let me move to my next point. My next point is that, Mr. Speaker, if we agree that able to even generate 176 billion that you want to generate, 176, that is your total everything with a grant. If you're able to generate that money, it can only take care of 3 main items in the budget. It can take care of compensation, which is 63.9 billion, about 36.8% of the collection. Then it can also take care of the interest, 55.9 billion, about 32.3%. Again, it can take care of statutory payment, which is 39.6 billion or 22.8, giving a total of around 91.9% of the total revenue, leaving a whopping 8% for the rest of the expenditures. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that if you use 8% to take care of your goods and services, nothing is left for development budget. Your CAPEX, you need to go and borrow in order to finance your CAPEX. And Mr. Speaker, you know what they want to do? The total interest payment of 55.9 billion, this is how they want to finance it. They are going to borrow from the domestic source about 62 billion to pay for the interest. It is there in the budget. Appendix 3A, page 173. They are going to borrow 62 billion from the domestic source, from the commercial banks, from the individuals, through treasury bills, in order to raise 62 billion to pay for the interest of 55.9 billion. Now, this does not include the amortization of the loan. This is only the interest component. The principal payment is still there. And in the budget, Mr. Speaker, the principal they will pay in the year 2024, 20 billion. Again, they are going to borrow from the external source 21 billion in order to pay the 20 billion of amortization. So, Mr. Speaker, the burden we have as a country, we are only pushing it forward. We are not raising our own revenue, to pay for the interest on the loan that we have accrued, to pay for the loan, amortize the loan that we have borrowed, but we are borrowing to pay for the interest and amortization. Our burden is just being shifted. How can this budget be a victory budget? How can this budget be a Kumpunin budget? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the Minister's attention to that. Mr. Speaker, if you go paragraph 277 of the budget, which is actually page 62, the Minister talked about revenue measures. One of the revenue measures is what government want to do to illicit financial flow. Mr. Speaker, what is illicit financial flow? I've seen the definition of financial flow and how much Ghana is losing every year. Illicit financial flow refers to the movement of across borders. That is illegal in its source, coming from corruption, smuggling. It also refers to tax evasion. Okay? Now, the measure that the government wants to take in paragraph 277 is only fighting tax evasion. It does not talk anything about corruption. It doesn't talk about smuggling. So what it is going to do to fight illicit financial flow that is coming from corruption? Nothing is being heard in the budget that. I want you to take note of that and what you should do to fight illicit financial flow. Because Ghana has lost over $1.4 billion from illicit financial flow. And that means that there's going to be a fewer hospitals, fewer schools, the road network will continue to be bad, access to electricity will be denied. So if we fight illicit financial flow, there will be a lot of resources available to us as a country. Mr. Speaker, I want to continue, and I want to talk about a little about the payment of interest rate for the borrowers. Mr. Speaker, the budget for 2023 talk about external debt interest payment of 17 billion. But as at August this year, only 1.2 billion was paid. Only 1.2. They are projected to pay 9 billion by the close of the year. Mr. Speaker, if the negotiation that is currently ongoing is not successful, it means that 2024, what you have budgeted to pay, about 19 billion that you have budgeted to pay for external interest, the figure, that amount will be woefully inadequate. So it's just kind of alert. I'm alerting you that once you budget for 19 billion, if the negotiation is not successful, all that you could not pay in 2023 will be offloaded to 2024. Take note of that. Now, about public debt. If the total interest payment and amount of a year is about 76.9 billion, and you are borrowing 3.1 billion, both domestic and external, what it means is that you are reducing your total debt by 20 billion. That is amortization. Then you are increasing your total debt with the difference of billion. It means that as a country, our debt will continue to grow. We are not making any effort to reduce it. You are borrowing 62 billion from domestic source. You are borrowing 21 billion from external source. Give you about 83 billion. But you are servicing the debt 55.9 billion and you are amortizing 20 billion. What it means that you are increasing your total national debt by a difference of 63 billion. So take note of that also. How can this be a victory budget. Mr. Speaker, let me come to the contingency fund. Article 177 of the Constitution makes provision that there shall be paid into the contingency fund monies voted for the purpose by Parliament, and advances may be made from that fund which are authorized by the committee responsible for finance. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the budget from 2017 to 2024, the current one. Not a single one was voted for and paid into the what? Contingency fund. But rather, in 2020, 1.2 billion was withdrawn from the contingency fund to fight the COVID-19. This was because the NDC government made provision and paid money into the contingency. If there was no money in the contingency fund, how could they have been able to withdraw 1.2 billion in 2020 to fight COVID-19? Now, the Constitution again says that whenever money is taken from the contingency, you should replace it. You should replace that money. But this government failed to replace the 1.2 billion that they have in the contingency fund. They have not made any provision for it. Mr. Speaker, additional 353 billion was also taken from the contingency fund. No replacement has been made. The Deputy Minister is here. If they have been able to replace the money that would have withdrawn from the contingency fund, they should be able to tell me. Mr. Speaker, is it a violation of the provision of the Constitution or not? If it is, what do we do to the managers of the economy who fail to the money that they have taken from the contingency fund? So that is a point that I want to draw your attention to. Mr. Speaker, my next point is on the provision made in the Public Financial Management Act. Section 85 of the Financial Management Act says that the principal spending officer on an annual basis submits to the Auditor General a report on the status of implementation of the recommendation of the General as well as recommendations of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through the budget document, and from page 307 to 309, the Minister of Finance reported on the actions that they have taken to implement the recommendations of the Auditor General as well as Parliament. What is missing completely is that no report on the prosecution that we have recommended. We have recommended people who are involved in procurement breaches to be prosecuted by the Attorney General. No mention of what government is doing about that is captured in the budget. The question is why? Why is it that this House recommended for people to be prosecuted who have violated the procurement law? Nothing is being done about it. Mr. Speaker, we want to see more of the actions that the ministry is taking to resolve or to implement the recommendations of the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. Just want to say that when this government took office and they talk about the total debt that NDC, I have been taking record of all the revenue accruing to this government from 2017 up to date, in addition to those that they have taken. And I try to compare what kind of revenue that also accrued to the NDC 8 years. Try to compare the two. Mr. Speaker, from 2009 to 2016, the total revenue that accrued to government through our own revenue generation in addition to the loans that government has taken by increasing the total debt stocks, amounted to 171 billion Ghana cedis. I tried to look at what happened in 2017 to 2023, and then add the estimate for 2024 to it. Mr. Speaker, this is what I found. That from 2017 to 2020, a total of 475 billion accrued to the MPP government. And then if you add the 176 they want to accrue for 2024, assuming, as I said earlier, that they be able to accrue or collect that revenue, plus the total loans that they have taken, which is well over 500 billion, we are in a range of 1.1 trillion Ghana cedis. We are in a range of 1.1 trillion. So 271 billion, 8 years for NDC, 1.1 trillion to MPP for 8 years. I went further, Mr. Speaker, to find out that the 271 billion that accrued to NDC, did they use the money? This is what I found. Not all, but I found few. That money, the government have been able to pay all workers. Salaries are not delayed. Workers were paid on time. In addition to that, government have been able to build the Invernal Medical Center. We have also built the Ridge Hospital. We have built the Kejetia Market. We have built the Kumasi Central Market Phase 1 and 2. We have also built the Kotoka International Airport Terminal 3. We have built cheap compound which across the whole country. We have built the sugar factory.
1 minute more. You have done 20 minutes. I'm allowing 1 minute to.
Commander Sugar Factory. Pokwasi Interchange. Circle Interchange. Sofo Line Interchange. Eastern Corridor. Seglami Housing Project. Rotary Park for Kumasi. This job 600 building here. Community day schools. Accra Center. Temahabo Exit. Bank of Ghana Hospital. Bank of Ghana Flat as second. Afare Military Hospital. Kasua Overpass. The list is very tall. It's difficult for that to look for what MVP did with the 1.1 trillion.
The turn of Honorable Ives Naughty. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to contribute to this debate and the motion before us to approve the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, we listened to the Deputy Chief Whip on the other side, Honorable Doyo, making references to His Excellency, the former President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, and quoting extensively. Mr. Speaker, I also want to quote him. In fact, one of his most famous quotes, which was published on Ghana Web on the 15th of December 2013. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, it says, "Ghana very short memory. Oh, which makes them easily forget about the achievements made by his administration." Oh, yeah. I make this quote because it's as if the last 3 years we've forgotten what has happened. In fact, the budget is not tagged including budget for namesake. a start in Kunim because we have been victorious over COVID and all its antecedents and all its problems that it brought us. Mr. Speaker, just barely 3 years ago, we were spending, in fact, we were under curfew. Our economy was shattered. Ghanaians were at home for over 8 months. People lost their jobs. And our economy was exposed to all the forces of this world, Mr. Speaker. But we've been able to sail through in the last, and have been successful and victorious. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the budget, which was read by the Honourable Minister Kenoforiata, is aptly named, including. Mr. Speaker, I also find it difficult to understand my colleagues on the other side, after listening to them for about a week, who don't find anything positive in this budget. It baffles me, Mr. Speaker, because there's so much in this budget.
They don't read.
That Ghana are going to benefit from in the coming year. Mr. Speaker, there are several aspects that I want to speak about, but your committee that I work for, which is the Committee on Environment that I serve as chairman, is where I want to stick to. Is what I want to stick to. Mr. Speaker, the issues on afforestation, recycling, food security, energy, coastal protection, flood control, climate change, and even a new bill that we are bringing to Parliament. But Mr. Speaker, I'll take them one by one. If you take just afforestation, we planted over 11 million seedlings. 11 million seedlings. 7 million of which were forest plants, and 4 million of which were for landscapes. Mr. Speaker, cured over 5 million hybrid oil palm seedlings. Mr. Speaker, when you go to countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, it's the mainstay of their economy. They have used oil palm to secure rural development and their rural economy, rural communities as well. Mr. Speaker, if you take the budget, you see that we've procured over 1.7 million coconut seedlings. Mr. Speaker, when you go to my village home in Izuma, where my uncle and I come from, prior to the area of oil, copra was our mainstay. Coconut plantations were, in fact, that is what has brought us where we find ourselves today. That is how a school fees was paid and mine was also paid, or that of my parents were paid. Mr. Speaker, the government led by His Excellency the President is procuring 1.7 million coconut seedlings for afforestation in all these places, especially in Ashanti, Central, and the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker, on just afforestation, we are procuring, as part of the Alternative Livelihood Program 2024, the state is procuring 8.5 million extra hybrid oil palm seedlings for farmers, most especially in mining communities, where we are looking for alternative livelihoods for our miners. Mr. Speaker, this will help us reduce our import dependency on some of these products, especially for industrial and domestic use. On the issue of recycling, Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, just about 2013, 2014, our Abubloshi market, that used to be here, was tagged as one of the most polluted places on earth. Why? Because a lot of e-waste was imported from abroad and dumped there. Mr. Speaker, through the pilot payment systems for e-waste collection, we have collected over 8.3 tons of e-waste through this incentive payment scheme. When you send your cars to the fitting shop, your batteries are thrown out. It is through this incentive scheme that we're able to collect the batteries and thermoplastics, cathode rays, cables that would have ended up in the sea or at landfill sites. Mr. Speaker, as part of our circular economy framework for plastics, 12 SMEs, Ghanaian companies, 12 Ghanaian companies receive financial and technical support to produce biodegradable plastics from waste. Mr. Speaker, the traditional plastics that we have take hundreds of years to decompose. Sometimes they don't even decompose. But this program, through the circular economic framework for plastics, is providing financial and technical support for people to produce biodegradable plastics, so that would degrade on their own and sink back into nature. Mr. Speaker, we've also constructed and handed over the handover center by the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission to also collect electric waste from premises. Mr. Speaker, last but not the least, on recycling, we have introduced the plastic segregation system through a pilot project at St. John Bosco School and then also ATCC just here, so that people will inculcate the culture of segregating plastics or waste from home. So you don't mix your food waste with your plastics and your bottles. And obviously, you can sell the bottles and make an income. You can sell also your plastic waste and make an income.
Brilliant.
Mr. Speaker, lastly on recycling, we have also developed 5 integrated recycling compost plants and water treatment plants in Dambai, Gosu, Sefiosu, Damango. Yes, it's in the budget. Read. Jamestown is just here. You can walk there and check. And in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of food security, in the wake of the dam overflow and spillage recently, both on the north side of the dam and the south side of the dam, Mr. Speaker, coincidentally, these are places where most of our food also comes from. And therefore, there's a potential food shortage in the near future. Plans are not put together. Our farm plans as well, if plans are not put together. But Mr. Speaker, the CSIR, maybe through their visionary leadership, has developed and released improved cowpeas for Ghanaian farmers, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the names are a bit tongue-twisting, but I'll try. There's one called Sari Tuya and Sari Tuzevelanga. These are cowpea species that have been developed by CSIR that would help us also improve on our food security. Mr. Speaker, they've also introduced something called the Sari Alafi Kwana, which is a maize species. And Mr. Speaker, all these products have very high yielding potential, 3.78 tons per hectare and then 4.21 tons respectively. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Atomic Commission has also distributed over 10,000 sticks of improved cassava. Mr. Speaker, all these things would help improve our food security in the wake of the disaster that has happened along the water. So, Mr. Speaker, maybe to jump, let me quickly, most importantly, we have before us the bill, the draft ET bill and climate change bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very essential. In fact, for us to be able to attract the necessary funding that we need into the future when it comes to climate-related disasters and activities, we need to pass this bill and pass as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, we also, the authority bill would help tackle the new developments or new forms of environmental disasters that are coming up, because with the advent of climate change and its effects, Mr. Speaker, the authority needs to, the agency needs to grow into an authority so that it can have the muscle to deal with some of these issues. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to say a very big thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a contribution to this debate.
Honourable members. On my list is Honourable Mohammed Muntaka. All right. And okay. Yes, he's number 4. So if number 3 is not, I'll call him. Yes. Honorable Mahamayanga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me join colleagues to debate the budget statement and economic for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, it also happens to be the last budget of the NPP government. Mr. Speaker, it gives an opportunity to measure Mr. Speaker.
Yes, hold on. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague say that this is the last budget of the MPP government. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana is the government of Ghana, not MPP government, NDC government. This is the administration of the MPP, not MPP government. The distinction should be clear to you. The distinction should be clear to you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is the last budget of government led by the MPP. The MPP government. This is their large budget. Next year, there will not be a budget, so to speak. There will be, give me the 10 for it. This account. There will be a vote on account. So this indeed is the last budget of the MPP-led government. So he's right. Please go and continue. I overrule him.
This is leadership game, but I will stand sitting. Honorable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, sitting is yeah, the business of the House shall continue, please.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, it gives us an opportunity to review the NPP in government. Mr. Speaker, the key policy proposals that the NPP promised Ghanaians are adequately captured in a series of lectures that were delivered from 2014 to 2016. And they were delivered by one Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, who at one point was a visiting professor of economic governance at the Central College.
That's right.
One was restoring the value of the city. There was the state of the economy, a foundation of concrete or straw. The other was the IMF bailout. Will the anchor hold? These were key lectures delivered by Dr. Mahmoud, in which he made a lot of promises to Ghanaians. 7 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, after he has headed the economic management team of the NPP government, we have an opportunity to evaluate his promises vis-à-vis the actual deliveries.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard colleagues on the other side challenge members of this side when they compare the finances and the economic conditions of Ghana vis-à-vis Francophone countries. They have said repeatedly that we cannot compare finances with the Francophone countries. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia in his lectures, The Value of the City, page 8 of it, Mr. Speaker, he in 2016 asked us to compare Ghana to the Francophone countries. Mr. Speaker, go to his lectures. They are there. So I get surprised when all of a sudden it has become unacceptable to compare the finances of the Republic of Ghana with the finances of the Francophone countries. Mr. Speaker, he indicated clearly that, Mr. Speaker, let me quote him, the CFA Franc zone countries such as Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Mali, Togo have also attained relative exchange rate stability underpinned by the fixed exchange rate arrangement with the French franc and now euro. Between 1999 and March 2014, the CFA franc has appreciated cumulatively by 19% against the US dollar. And he compared performance with the performance of the city at that time when he was delivering the lecture. Mr. Speaker, again at page 32, he repeats the comparison. And also at page 49, he repeats the comparison. So repeatedly, Dr. Bawumia compared our economy and the performance of our city to the performance of the economies of the Francophone countries around us. So today, I don't understand why you are running away from a comparison of the good performance of the Francophone countries vis-à-vis the very bad performance of the MPP in government. Mr. Speaker, again, I have heard members on the other side tell us we cannot describe the performance of the central bank printing out money. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the lectures, Bawumia, page 15 of the lectures, describes what the Bank of Ghana does. It finances the economy as printing of money. And let me quote him. There has been a dramatic increase in central bank financing of government recently. That is equivalent to the printing of money. This is Bawumia stating what it is, the printing of money. So, Mr. Speaker, those on the other side cannot tell us that what is happening is not the printing of money. But, Mr. Speaker, let me get to the Finance Minister, Honorable Henry Atta. It is rumored that this is his last budget and he is leaving office. For 7 consecutive years, he has come to this House and riddled with biblical quotations. He had made all sorts of promises to make the lives of Ghanaians better. Unfortunately, he has the lives of our constituents even worse than he met them. But let me see him off with one biblical quotation, Mr. Speaker. Exodus 27 and Deuteronomy 5:11, which reads, "Thou shalt not take the name of thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain." Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister for 7 years has bombarded us with biblical statements, taking the name of the Lord in vain. And he and his boss, President Akufo-Addo, made promises to Ghanaians that they never fulfilled. And we thought it was just weebies. But they went ahead and made a promise to God in a cathedral, even that they didn't fulfill it. Mr. Speaker, what did we see? Instead of fulfilling a promise to God, they had a big pit and left the pit so that when Jesus comes back a second time, you fall there and they will bury him. Mr. Speaker, this is what they are living as their track record. Mr. Speaker, let me zero in on the promises that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, distinguished professor of economic governance, made 7 years ago and what he has delivered. Speaker, you know, when Muslims mention the name of the Prophet Muhammad, they have to add Sallallahu peace be upon him. So, Speaker, when you mention the name of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you have to add truth be upon him. You have to keep praying to God to bless him with a sense of truthfulness. That's right. Mr. Speaker, in those infamous lectures, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia made a statement which was good then and is good today. He said in 2016, in his lecture at page 3, that to whom much is given, much is expected. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia said this. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, truth be upon him. He said that to whom much is given, much is expected. Truth be upon him. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has just indicated how much money the NPP government, relative to how much money came to NDC government. I remember in that debate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was all over indicating that the NPP under Akufo got 20 billion Ghana cedis. And the John Dramani Mahama in 8 years got 248 billion Ghana cedis. And he asked us to relate the infrastructure development that NDC was boasting about to the 280 billion Ghana cedis. Today, it is obvious from the analysis that this NPP government has received revenues, taxes, grants, loans, oil receipts, and etc. far less of 1 trillion Ghana cedis. Wow.
All right, one more minute.
One more. I've just started, Mr. Speaker.
Ranking member. 15, ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, if he is a ranking, he's entitled to 15 minutes. If he is not, it's 10 minutes.
Sorry, let's be clear about it. I wrote them down. I don't see ranking. Ministers, leaders, and leadership. So let me be clear. He's entitled to 10 minutes. When I said he had 1 minute more, it was almost 10 minutes. So please.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. He was a ranking until recently. We sent him to ECOWAS. But I thought, ECOWAS, the leader of the ECOWAS delegation should be called a ranking. So at your discretion, you can do this.
Kindly wind up. Oh, yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is given to saying a lot of untruths here. The honorable member is not the leader of the delegation to ECOWAS. He's not. He is not a leader of the delegation. That's what you said. Please.
Let's conclude, please.
Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to properly define the position of members of our delegation to the international parliamentary unions. Mr. Speaker, so let me conclude. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, truth be upon him, said that in analyzing the economy, we should look at unemployment. Mr. Speaker, when you close this session, drive around the American embassy and you will see the level of despondency among our youth. Mr. Speaker, he said that we should look at inflation. And what did he do? Under him, inflation went beyond 50%. Mr. Speaker, he said that we should look at debt stock and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have overborrowed and we have been sacked from the international financial markets. Mr. Speaker, he said that in analyzing, we should look at the interest, payment on interest. Mr. Speaker, look at interest rates today. Mr. Speaker, he said that in analyzing the economy, we should look at the banking security and vulnerability. Today, our banking sector has collapsed. Our central bank has become bankrupt.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious. It's obvious. It's obvious that the variation, those who have done statistics, the variance between Dr. Baumia's promises and his record of
Number 4 on my list is Honorable Francisca Oting. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, before I go on to the substantive issue that I want to talk about, I think it is important that I speak about the issue of sanitary pads, which was spoken earlier by Okonfodoyo. I think I agree with her to a large extent that when it comes to use of menstruation, it has no political power, or it has no political callous. Irrespective of political party you belong to, menstruation has every woman. However, it's important for us to also see the need or the measures that are in place by the government, which is being captured in the 2024 budget, on some of the things that as women of Ghana, we've been speaking about for quite some time now. Mr. Speaker, when you see the interventions that have been stated in the 2024 budget statement, which is giving a tax waiver to local companies or local manufacturers so that the prices of sanitary pads could go down, I think it's a step in the right direction. In as much as we want to promote local content, we should also have in mind that we also want to create jobs as well. There are a lot of youth out there who also want jobs. So I believe with this intervention by the government, definitely going to create more jobs and the prices will also go down. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the two companies we have here in Ghana, which is the Fintex and then the Suda Ghana, Fintex alone can put out 60 million pieces of sanitary pads within a year, and Suda Ghana produce over 800 million pieces within a year with this intervention. So clearly, it tells you that once the market demand is there, they can meet up with this demand. And I think it's something that it's worth commending the government, especially looking at the fact that every woman out there is interested in this issue of sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, an issue. We cannot attest to the fact that when it comes to the world economy, issues of COVID and then the Russia-Ukraine war, which affected almost every economy in the world, Ghana wasn't spared. However, we should also commend the government that in as much as there were some difficulties, government put in place measures to cushion the vulnerables, the poor in the society, women and children as well. And I think it's something that is worth commending the government on. Mr. Speaker, it is important to also note that we should be able to create a society which is filled with compassion, inclusion, and a supportive system for everyone. In effect, we shouldn't leave anybody behind, irrespective of ethnic groups, irrespective of your gender. And I think this budget captures it, and it's something that is worth commending. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to one of the social, or let me say, when it comes to school feeding, which is a social protection program started in 2005 by the Kufuor administration, This particular intervention is to provide one hot meal, one nutritious hot meal per day to every child at a basic level. Mr. As at now, the program covers about 10,832 public schools, and which translates to about 3.8 million children benefiting from this particular school feeding program. And the main purpose of this school feeding intervention is to ensure retention, attendance, and of course, eradicate hunger or malnutrition among our children. And I think the purpose of which the school feeding program was initiated because of the fact that now enrollment has increased, written in school it's also been improved. Of course, when it comes to the general well-being of the children, that has also been catered for. Mr. Speaker, at the latter part, or let me say at the part of this year, government adjusted the feeding grant for the caterers, and per the PCPEC program, which is one of the interventions that government has proposed that is going to cushion its citizens. Government intends to even expand more of the school feeding as well as the feeding grant, and because I think it will also improve the quality of food and the quantity of food which is being served to our children. Mr. Speaker, one other social protection program that I also want to talk about has to do with the livelihood empowerment against poverty, which is known as LEAP. This program was started in 2008 by the Kufuor administration, and this is a bi-monthly cash grant which is given to the poor, the vulnerable, orphans, the socially excluded people within our society. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that I want us to also know is that when it comes to LEAP, when you go out there, when payment is being done, and you speak with some of the beneficiaries, the kind of testimony they give with regards to this amount that you'll be amazed at things they do with. Some of them have been able to start businesses with this amount. Some of them have been able to send their children to school with this amount. Some are able to even pay their medical bills or buy medications as well. And I think it's something that we should all encourage. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this year, the government increased the LEAP program by 100%. By 100%. And I think that is worth commending. And with this PCPEC program, government even intend to expand more. Currently, the LEAP program is covering about 350,000 households, translate to about 1.5 million Ghanaians. Government intends to expand it to about 450 households so that it will cover everyone within this category, or everyone under the poverty line. Mr. Speaker, it is also important that in as much as we are paying this cash grant, this is to cushion Ghanaians. Of course, some people's lives is improved, and that is why the ministry has started a pilot project in 10 districts in the northern part of Ghana. So the ministry picked about 2 districts in each part of the 5 northern regions to do a pilot project, which is a reassessment program, to see those that are on the LEAP program who have graduated, and so they should be able to exit the program so that more people can be enrolled on the system.
Honorable Member, kindly hold on. Mr. Speaker, to take the chair.
which honorable member is in full fight. Yes. Is it Honorable Note?
Yes, Mr.
Honorable
Speaker.
Francisca Oting, Minister, you have 7 minutes. 7 minutes more.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other area that I want to talk about has to do with the Domestic Violence Secretariat. And it is one of the secretariat being stepped up at the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. The focus is to sensitize Ghanaians on issues of gender-based violence, on child marriage, on virtually everything that has to do with domestic violence. And so far, as of 2021, the Secretariat received 1,142 cases, such as murder, attempted murder, suicide, defilement, acid attack, rape, among others, of which out of this, about 1,042 cases were resolved. In 2022, the Secretariat received 121 cases, and 150 of them were resolved. Some of them is worked on. As of November this year, the Secretariat has received 51 cases and resolved 42. Mr. Speaker, I think when it comes to, if you look at the numbers that I spoke about earlier, it clearly tells you that because of the education and sensitization doing within the various communities, the numbers keeps going down. People begin to appreciate some of these issues, especially when it comes to gender-based violence. So the ministry has done 58 sensitization programs, which reach out to over 12,794 individuals, including students, market women, and some traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, as a way of also educating the masses, the ministry trained 46 paralegals on gender concepts, as well as gender-based violence, the Children's Act, the Women's Right, Child Marriage, in order to support the orange that we have created at the ministry. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to issues of human trafficking, I think it's something that I'm very passionate on, because when it comes to human trafficking, the victims, the state of the victims, it's quite sad when you meet with some of the victims and they share some of the experiences they've gone through. Human trafficking, when you look at the statistics, in terms of those who are involved in drugs, it is one of the second most profitable business that people are doing. And so each day, these perpetrators develop various mechanisms in which they can use to trick our young people and traffic them, not only leaving them in a state of trauma, they are being exploited as well. And I think it's something that we should all take up and educate citizens, especially those of the young people who want to travel and see greener pastures. A lot of them turn out to become victims, and sometimes the situations are quite sad. Mr. Speaker, as a ministry, it's upon ourselves to engage quite a number of our people. In fact, from 2017, the Secretariat has been able to rescue and rehabilitated over 1,000 victims of trafficking. The ministry also has had quite a number of training, especially for law enforcement officers, because most of our work we have to do with the law enforcement officers. So we've had quite a number of training for over 900 law enforcers, from Ghana Police Service to Ghana Immigration Service, Yoko, and others. Mr. Speaker, of course, you can't fight human trafficking without courts. And so the ministry has trained over 150 judges and 50 judges from the circuit court and the high court, so that they will be able to spot the red light or some of the issues when it comes to this, especially those ones that has to do with trafficking. With regards to those in the civil aviation, because trafficking cases happens at our borders or at our airports, we have trained over 180 civil aviation authority, so that when they meet with passengers, they can, based on the questions them and based on the answers they receive, they'll be able to spot whether this person is being trafficked or they are genuinely traveling. And so far, it has helped to reduce the numbers. It is for this reason that Ghana has been on the tier 2 of the U.S. Department of Labor for 6 consecutive years. And I think it's something that is worth celebrating, because we all know some of the difficulties it comes with when you're on the watch list. Mr. Speaker, one last thing that I want to speak about is the single window citizen engagement center. Because the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection deals a lot with women, children, the vulnerable, and most at times when some of the issues come, it's important to respond as fast as you can. And so the ministry has set up a robust system where we
Honestly, you are left with 20 seconds.
Where we receive issues that has to do with maybe the social, where you have issues within your community, or issues that has to do with gender-based violence, child abuse, human trafficking. And so far, Mr. Speaker, this year alone, the unit recorded 936 cases that required intervention. And out of this, 778 cases has been resolved, and the remaining 158 cases are being worked on. And it is important that, Mr. Speaker, as a very big platform, that I draw members' attention so that when they go to their communities, they can share this contact with their constituents, that in situations where you have difficulties and you intend to reach the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, you can call our call center, which is 0800 800 800 and 0800 900 900. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I thank you for this opportunity and urge this Honorable House to approve this budget so that at least every citizen can live in dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, we will now listen to the ranking member. Deputy ranking, Honorable Crosby Mensah. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Straight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute the government budget statement and economic policy for the financial year 2024. And Mr. Speaker, before I come to the main subject matter, I want to use this opportunity to applaud our hard-working leader, Honorable Comfort Doyo, for her love, her commitment, and the display of support for womanhood. I want to say a big ayuko for what she just did on the floor with regards to the issue. Mr. Speaker, let me say that Ghanaians in general, including the good people of Afram Plains, whom I proudly represent, and myself, are tired of this government's continuous lip services. We are tired of this government's sloganizing. We are tired of this government's empty promises without any direct developmental impact on the larger population of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? We sat in this very chamber exactly a year ago when the Minister for Finance presented the carbon budget to us. Mr. Speaker, exactly a year ago. And what did we do? With all the so many promises that the minister presented and the juicy slogans with biblical quotes, at the end of the day, the incumbent budget has led to, Mr. Speaker, a wider division among Ghanaians. I said division because today, Mr. Speaker, the economic gap between the rich and the poor has widened. Mr. Speaker, today inflation has skyrocketed. And today when you go to the market, Mr. Speaker, a tuber of yam, in light of the planting for food policy, today a tuber of yam is 5 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, today unemployment rate among the youth has increased. It has moved all the way from the previous administration of 8.4% to 14% as we speak today. And that is what the incumbent budget brought the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we can only recount massive corruption in our system. We can recount many financial mismanagement within government institutions. And so, here we are once again to listen to the minister present to us the Nkunim budget. Mr. Speaker, again, an information from the World Bank report that is titled 7th Ghana Update also indicates that about 850,000 Ghanaians have been pushed below poverty. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat that. This is the World Bank report that says that over 850,000 Ghanaians have been pushed below poverty level. And Mr. Speaker, 20% of the poorest of our population have lost 16.1% of their purchasing power. Mr. Speaker, which means that this group of people are earning less than $1 a day. And when we talk about $1 a day, it means they are making about 12 Ghana cedis a day, Mr. Speaker. Just all of us let's do the math. It means that these people cannot afford 3 square meals a day. Mr. Speaker, again, these people, that is the poor, cannot afford basic health care in this country. And so we sit here and we applaud ourselves. We pat ourselves in the back and we call this new budget what? Nkunim budget. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize this lowest of our population that I talk about today are dying. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are dying. And you, minority, majority, we can add to that fact when we go back to our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, how many funerals do you attend during the weekend? My constituency alone, I attend between 5-10 funerals every weekend. And it's a clear indication that Ghanaians are what? Dying. Mr. Speaker, these are definitely issues of concern that I believe that as honorable members who represent the good people of Ghana should be concerned and should be fighting for. Again, Mr. Speaker, today we are all here happy debating the Nkunim budget. And I ask myself, Nkunim over what? Is it Nkunim over corruption? Is it Nkunim over inflation? Or is it Nkunim over high unemployment rate? Mr. Speaker, I am very proud at this moment to be associated with his ex-John Dramani Mahamad's policy of 24-hour economy. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, this is a policy that is going to give hope to the people of Ghana. And as women and as mothers, we believe this policy is going to give us decent jobs and not just to be seen as bed partners of the men. No. Just as the Upper West Minister said, Upper East Minister said, thank you, we will be having decent jobs. And I am proud to be associated with this exciting policy. Now, Mr. Speaker, today the government, through the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, have laid the affirmative action Action and the Social Protection Bills, and everybody is happy. It has taken this government almost 7 good years to lay this bill. It has taken them almost 7 good years from the very first year to this on the lips of every MPP person. And today, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about, I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to plead good self and honorable members here that we should take all the needed steps to ensure the passing of this bill. Again, I talk to you, Mr. Speaker, that by passing the affirmative action and the the social protection bill, the governor is not doing anybody any favor. I want the people of Ghana to know that when it comes to social protection services, it is our basic right. And so nobody should applaud anyone for doing anything. It is our constitutional right, and that is what we expect of the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to the budget again, where that is paragraph 298, page 145. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is proud and happy to announce that they have engaged in 58 sensitization programs, Mr. Speaker, reaching out to almost 30,000, in fact, people, and this is laughable. Mr. With a country of over 32 million people, with over 11% living in poverty and other social issues. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about social issues, you agree with me that teenage pregnancy is on the rise. You agree with me, Mr. Speaker, that we have issues of sexual and domestic violence. We have issues of streetism, which have not been tackled. We have issues of drug abuse. We have issues, Mr. Speaker, we have issues of trafficking. Not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, it was public knowledge when a BBC report came out to indicate how the Ghanaian children were being exploited by international NGOs. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here, I am yet to hear the government response. Nobody has come out to say anything, to come out with measures that will be put in place to protect these vulnerable people within our rural communities. And here we are applauding ourselves of achieving something. Mr. Speaker, my question is, what is our commitment to social protection? When are we going to bridge these inequalities? If we are so happy to tell ourselves that we have sensitized over 10,000 people within a year. Not forgetting, Mr. Speaker, that we have signed on to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 2030, which presupposes that we are expected, Mr. Speaker, to eliminate inequalities by 2030. At this rate, where are we going? And so I say, Mr. Speaker, that there's a lot of work to be done, and that we should work together and not come out with slogans, cheap talks, politicking that will not help the people of Ghana.
Now, conclusion.
Mr. Speaker.
Conclusion. Conclusion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Another paragraph that will be my concluding remark is paragraph 840, page 146, Mr. Speaker. The government again itself of an upward adjustment of the LEAP cash grant, which is giving a single household 128 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the first adjustment was done in 2012 by the previous administration. The second adjustment in 2015. It has taken this government 8 good years, Mr. Speaker, to do an adjustment to LEAP program, of which at the moment the value has lost its purchasing power. I overheard the Deputy Minister talk about exiting people who have been on the program after a while. What are we saying? Mr. Speaker, today, this bi-monthly payment of 128 Ghana cedis, cannot even take care of them monthly. And so, how are they going to invest in any economic activity that will change their living? Mr. Speaker, on this note, I am saying that the threat for the people of Ghana is His Excellency Dramani Mahama. Thank you for
Honourable members, I've been advised to now give the floor to the Minister for Youth and Sports, Honourable Mustafa Yusuf.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice that this Honourable House approved the development and economic policy for the year ending 31st December 2024. It has been so. I want to refer the House to paragraph 456, and I want paragraph 57, Mr. Speaker, and I want the Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, there has been significant investment to improve community and regional sports infrastructure, and these are ongoing infrastructure to support upcoming hosting of the All African Games in Accra 2024. As at December 2025, 145 astroturfs have been planted in various communities across the country, and this investment in sport astroturfs will support the effort to build and sustain a night economy for this community. Mr. Speaker, despite the economic challenges, this government, His Anado Danko Akufo-Addo's government, have invested hugely in sports infrastructure to host the entire continent here comes March 2024. We are putting up the biggest aquatic center, and that's going to be the biggest aquatic center in Africa, with 10-lane competition pool, 8-lane warm-up pool. We are also putting up a multi-purpose hall, 1,000-seater with VVIP seating to host indoor games like basketball, badminton, boxing ball. Mr. Speaker, we are also additionally, we are putting up 5 tennis courts. These 5 tennis courts, one of them is covered just like this August house with VVIP seating space for tennis, and also we are also another multi-purpose hall, 500-seater, and also a Titan track for training, and also a football field. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the University of Ghana now, where the games are going to be hosted, the games village is going to be based, the halls to host the over 5,000 athletes officials is completed, and also the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, currently as we speak, is at the final stage, where the contractors are putting final touches to all these facilities. Mr. Speaker, apart from this, government is also building a new stadium for rugby competition during the games. This huge sports investment that is putting up. Despite this, we are also renovating the existing sports stadiums in this country. The Accra sports stadiums have gotten a share. We've done with the first phase, second phase, and third phase. Baba Yara Sports Stadium, the renovation as we speak, the second phase is on. Esipo Sports Stadium, the renovation, the contractor is currently on site, and the renovation is ongoing. Cape Sports Stadium has gotten its fair share. Mr. Speaker, aside this, government through agencies have also put up, just like the Minister for Finance said, over 153 astroturfs across the country. This massive sports infrastructure that His Excellency, the President of the Republic government is putting up is to develop grassroots sports development. Mr. Speaker, that is why when you go to paragraph 449 and the last sentence, the Minister for Finance stated to harness sports and other key infrastructure to create night and sports economy. And for the information, my colleagues on the other side, the 24-hour economy by His Excellency, the former President, has already been captured in this budget. It has already been captured in this budget, and so that hours a budget is Yamutu. Mr. Speaker, the concept of the economy and the night and sports economy is to develop sports competitions from the grassroots, from the district level to the regional level and to national level. And the idea is that all communities within a district will compete, and the best team will then go to the regional level and compete. Then from the regional level, will come to the national level and compete. And because most of these astroturfs we have floodlights, these games are going to be done during night hours, where economic activities are also going to be boosted because of this event. Mr. Speaker, when you come to paragraph 789, clean sports is an emerging area, and this government has put in place an anti-doping committee to ensure that during these games, the athletes that are going to converge in Ghana, clean sports are going to be one of the areas that the athletes are going to be protected. Mr. Speaker, aside this, the National Youth Authority is also trained 547 youth in the Skill Towards Employability and Production STEP program through its entrepreneurship provision, and also set up, giving them a startup in cosmetology, hairdressing, dressmaking, satellite disk installation in 25 selected districts across the 16 regions of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the National Volunteer Program is also another initiative put up by this government, where 100,000 youth are being engaged in volunteerism program across the country. Mr. Speaker, the National Youth Employment Agency have also engaged 93,983 youth in the various youth initiatives that YEA has rolled out, and this include the community police program, and also apprenticeship in various youth initiatives like mechanics, construction, building and construction, carpentry, and also dressmaking. Mr. Speaker, our national team, the Blaster, have also qualified for the 10th consecutive term for the AFCON, which is going to take place in Ivory Coast. Mr. Speaker, the team is being prepared to ensure that they participate in this successfully. Mr. Speaker, as a precursor to the African Games, the para movement, and this government is very committed to the vulnerable people in society. The first ever para sports, the African para sport, has been held in Ghana. About 16 countries, Mr. Speaker, from Africa participated in this para event, and the Ghana Black Challenge, that is the Ghana National Amputee Football Team, won the first ever para games, which was held here, and by beating Morocco 2-1. Mr. Speaker, the government also, like I said, is focused on the grassroots sports development, and this is strategic movement and crucial step in curbing social vices and also addressing the worrisome Sahel terrorism issues in the sub-region by providing state-of-the-art facilities at the community levels, especially the Sahel, the northern sector, to empower the youth to channel their energies in fostering unity and also discipline and teamwork. Mr. Speaker, the government also have achieved in the sports sector. They are also positioning sports as a major economic deliver for our nation, and the Aforestation State Youth Resource Centers are not just physical structures, but they are also a symbol of commitment to nurturing talent and creating opportunity and fostering healthy and more prosperous nation. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo have also, in pursuit of fostering youth development in the country, the youth have also launched the youth policy and its implementation plan for 2022-2027. This policy will create the right and enable environment for inclusion, youth engagement, empowerment, and contribute to the socio-economic of our country. The transformative youth initiative that we have rolled out, the various youth initiatives that we have rolled out, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan, Youth in Agriculture Program, the Youth in Volunteer Program, the Youth Alternative Livelihood in the mining areas which the National of Lands and Natural Resources have rolled out. Mr. Speaker, aside all these youth programs, the 10 youth resource centers that we started in our first term, 6 of them, those youth resource centers, 6 of them have been completed and currently waiting to be commissioned by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Kofodia Stadium, which is going to be the first to be commissioned, will be commissioned on the 19th of December by His Excellency the President of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, these youth resource centers, aside the football field and also the athletics track that we are putting, they also come with various facilities like counseling center, and this counseling center is going to be used to be counseling the youth against social vices in our various communities and districts. Aside that, there is also an entrepreneurship center where we want to inculcate of entrepreneurship among the youth, and that's why these facilities have also been added. Aside this, there is also other basketball courts, tennis courts, table tennis facilities, and other sporting disciplines that are also part of this youth resource centers in the country. Mr. Speaker, on job creation, and I want to refer you to paragraph 778. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to quote. Mr. Speaker, the Complementary Education Agency commenced its implementation program for the second cycle in complementary basic education in February 2000, and total number of 5,000 students out of school children, and also 2,400 classes has been established. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in 2012, and that is paragraph 4.5, in 2002, there was increase in total number of jobs, and that direct and indirect, created by the tourism sector, especially 277,985 jobs were created. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to job creation, this government have done, and we are going to continue doing so, giving hope to the youth of this country by creating jobs in green jobs area, and that is why we are calling on the youth of this country to support this government in delivering our mandate. Mr. Speaker, on this note, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the debate. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rose up because beginning of the debate, we agreed at the Business Committee that we will structure this debate in sectors and to make sure that the debate will flow in a way that allows us to respond to the issues. I mean, my respected minister and good friend, was speaking on sports today, you know that the chairman of the committee and the ranking are not here. And he just walked in, frankly, because they are scheduled to speak. And I wanted to just make that note. I can't the challenge of the majority. I mean, they picking to make sure they get the numbers. But that was the plan. Because when that happens, it really does not allow us to have a very structured debate. And so I wanted us to make sure that on a daily basis we are debating on the sectors so that the debate will flow very well. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the honorable member for DI, Honorable Sebastian Sandari, Doctor. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute debate on the motion that this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, at the end of all the debate and the discussion, the end result of what this budget will produce will be whether the citizens are healthy, because health is a product that comes out when we combine all the activities that we do in all the other sectors, what is socioeconomic, roads, environment, in this instance climate change, great water and sanitation, and more so how our political system will affect our health.
Well, I see the Deputy Whip majority on her feet. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker, the agreement was that we had 2 members speaking per sector. Our dear brother just accused us of not putting our house in order, or as if we don't have members to do the debate. He is not supposed, he's doing health, and we have last week 3 members from your side spoke on health. So please, find someone, the sports chairman is here, let him. No, 3 members from your side spoke on health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, this agreement of yours is not known to me. I haven't been briefed about the numbers as to a sector. You give me the list, and you give me the numbers, and who should speak first, who should speak second. They are all here on the list. Anytime you want, you draw my attention, jump this name and go to this name, I do that. The Minister for Youth and Sports came in because we were told he was going to the cabinet meeting. If not, it was not his turn. So you prevailed on me to give him the opportunity. And that is why to move on. And I didn't even know which sector he was going to speak on until he started talking about health. The fact that you are in the health committee doesn't mean you can't talk about youth and sports. It doesn't mean so, but as I said, my attention was not drawn to this. Yes, Deputy Manuel Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you're very right. I mean, yeah, very respected doctor that is speaking. The fact that he's a medical doctor does not mean that he's exclusively going to speak on health. And indeed, we had talked of 4 members in each sector, maximum, to speak. So we have not even exhausted the health if we have to. But the Honorable is going to speak on a lot of issues. We have to just allow him to continue. He was just trying to find a rebuttal to what I said. That's all.
Yes, I've taken note of it. So you still have your time to speak.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I continue to say that even though I'm zooming on health, the premises is that health is not an isolated sector.
Thank you.
Whatever you do, whichever sector you want to talk about, be it sports, be it agri, be it education, the results would impact on health. So you can use the health status of the people of the country to measure whether your country is a developed country, is a developing country, or is yet to be developed. You can use any sector and continue. So, Mr. Speaker, the Health Committee Chairman, some days past, made a point that we on this side were politicizing health. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, because you didn't want to enter into the arena of this, he went along with it and was captured on social media and other sectors. But, Mr. Speaker, you ask yourself, what is politicization of health? This is a political chamber. This is a debating chamber. And the Oxford Dictionary defines politicization to mean to cause something to be politically aware. So if we on this side there's a need for the government to put priority on the health sector. It's part of our functions. It's part of also oversight. And therefore, we are not just politicizing health, but we want health to be placed on a very high agenda of this government. Mr. Speaker, we realize that this budget allocated an amount of 15.7 billion Ghana cedis to the health sector, but we know that this is just about 6% of the total government budget, falls far below the Abuja, target percent. Mr. Speaker, you also realize that the success of this budget is based on one or two assumptions. That this country is safe from a pandemic like COVID-19. That the only natural disaster that would throw this budget away. But looking at it, Mr. Speaker, you don't see any preparation, any plans to ensure that we have a fund that is dedicated for public health emergencies in this country. So our joint stakeholders who are calling for public health emergency fund are also to convert the COVID-19 levy into a public health emergency fund so that we have a dedicated fund for such emergencies. Mr. Speaker, on paragraph 819 of the budget statement, the government really shows some commitment on universal health coverage. And the definition for universal health coverage is that all people in Ghana have timely access to high quality health services, irrespective of to pay at the point of use. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is on access and it's on quality of the health service that we deliver in this country. Just if we talk about access, you're talking about financial access, you're talking about geographical access, and you're talking about access even at the institutional level. So, the quality of health services that we deliver in this country is something that we have to look at. And suggest that instead of Ghana Health Service trying to use about 3.1 million Ghana cedis to rebrand, that is waste of resources. It should be used to tackle areas of quality in our health sector. Mr. Speaker, a lot of debaters talk on the Agenda 111. That is one area this government is touting. But Mr. Speaker, anytime somebody talks about a health facility and he doesn't tell you how preparations are taking place to ensure that when that facility is finished, you have the adequate human resource, you have the equipment, then that promise is. And we don't want to see a situation where we finish these hospitals and there are not enough quality human resource or equipment to man them. And I'm surprised that go around the country, especially go to the Upper West region, all the 5 Agenda 111 projects, you can't even find the contractors on site. And then for almost 8 years, cannot boast of a single hospital, not even a health center, built for the people of the Upper West region. You can't find it. That is serious. So when even they mention about other health facilities elsewhere, some regions, you can't boast of a single health. And that is something that we have to look at. And ensuring that we achieve universal health coverage, primary health care is one of the pillars. And Mr. Speaker, I remember in this chamber, we approved $150 million for the ministry to improve on primary health care. As we speak, no mention is made of that loan, of that amount, to ensure that we strengthen our primary health care system. And so you can find that today we have shortage of vaccines, even for our children. It's not intent, it's not continuous. So we have children, as we speak, rota virus vaccine is not in the system. And therefore there's a need to ensure that we tackle and ensure that our children are safe. Mr. Speaker, I'll be winding up, moving into the area of renal dialysis. Mr. Speaker, after all the debate and stakeholder contributions, this is what is captured by the Minister for Finance in paragraph 813. In order to reduce the dialysis burden on the nation, a local team has been trained to provide kidney transplantation services, among others, in Ghana. I will end there. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about ensuring that our patients with chronic kidney disease, end-stage disease, as far as the kidney is concerned, to have access to dialysis. And they veered off to talk about transplantation. That is another dimension of treatment, not renal dialysis. And Mr. Speaker, we have more serious issues on this area. Ask yourself, how many kidney specialists do we have in this country? Just about 15, not more than 20. And they're all concentrated either Kolebu or Konfuanoche. The other regions, the other hospitals cannot boast of these specialists. And Mr. Speaker, anybody, any of us in this chamber, whether you have hypertension, you have diabetes, or any chronic condition, play emphasis on the care of your kidney. Because if you don't take good care of your kidney, end result would be maybe kidney failure. End up either on dialysis or looking for kidney transplant. So that is how serious the situation is. And when we talk, we are not just limiting it to Kolebu. Let's move beyond the Kolebu and ensure that my people in the Upper West region, if they have the need for renal dialysis, they have access to that quality dialysis region. And therefore, that applies to all the other regions. And I always say that Ghana is not Accra. So when I hear stories about Kolebu, about Konfaneche, I say, yes, those are our teaching hospitals. You cannot limit critical health services to Accra, to Kumasi. What about the rest of us? My people in the field will say, sir, how can they come to Kolebu for a renal transplant? And this one, when we are teaching you, you say we are making noise. So if that side...
Honorable member, your time is up.
Yes, I'm just ending, Mr. Speaker. On kind words of wisdom. We have the men and women, and on this side, we have them to guide you on how to deliver proper healthcare delivery. Listen to us. Because our side, the government, John Dramani Mahama, has demonstrated that he understands what it means to implement relevant policies that ensure that the people of this country are healthy. I thank you very much.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Reku Brobe.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2024 financial year. Speaker, before I do that, let me take some 10 seconds to also congratulate you on your chieftaincy elevation over the weekend. We are proud of you. So I wanted to say this. Unfortunately, you had left for the first deputy speaker. And thank God you are now in your seat. So congratulations. Speaker, the era for Afram Plains painted a picture as if the Nkunim budget is so useless and cannot or does not give hope to Ghanaians. Speaker, the word Nkunim means victory. It was not chosen for nothing. Everything in the budget centers around employment. It is creating a very conducive atmosphere for people to get jobs and be paid. Speaker, let me take you to page 7 of the budget, paragraph 42. And Mr. Speaker, let me read. The Speaker, I'm happy to announce that YE is about concluding negotiation with CCI, the business process outsource BPO operator in sub-Saharan Africa, for the establishment of a call center that can see direct creation of 20,000 local jobs for young graduates. Speaker, one challenge we have had is employment for graduates. This year alone, the National Service is planning of about 147,220 personnel. Speaker, when these people complete service, what jobs do they go in for? This particular intervention is targeting young graduates in the coming year and will recruit about 20,000 of them. And when we read this, and the honorable member says there's no hope in the budget, I cannot agree with her. So let us note that one intervention that is coming up and coming to reduce the graduate unemployment is the arrangement we have with CCI. And Speaker, thankfully, offices have been secured, arrangements are in place, and we will roll out as is said in the budget. Speaker, when you go to page 88, you go to paragraph 423, under the one district, one factory, we have sought to employ or give jobs to over 160,000 people. And this is happening, and somebody will say the budget does not give hope. I cannot agree. Speaker, again, when you go to page 92, paragraph 455, Speaker, that's the one with youth jobs. You'll also realize that in the tourism sector alone, we employed 277,985 jobs. And this is also significant. We have all this here, and the honorable member will say that the budget does not give hope. Speaker, when you go to page 139, paragraph 781, you will see that 93,983 youth have been enrolled in the YEA models. Speaker, if you permit me, let me go through the various models. Under the community protection assistance, 15,000 people enrolled. Community health assistance, 6,000. Youth in apparel and garment, 2,600. Youth in plumbing with TVET, the collaboration with TVET, 250 people employed. Cocoa rehab with Aforestation, 4,000 people have also been engaged. Speaker, two important models need to be mentioned. One is the youth in trades and vocation, which are getting 20,000 people. Speaker, 20,000. And these are models in 10 trade areas. And then the honorable member will say the budget does not give hope. 20,000 people will be employed. Another intervention is the business and employment assistance program that is also targeting another 20,000 youth. So, Speaker, all of these are there for us to see. If they have not read, they should read. And we have all this in the budget. Speaker, let me come to the labor front. In 2016, Mr. Speaker, we had 25 strikes, 25 industrial strikes in 2016 alone. Speaker, between 2017 and now.
Just a minute. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Oh, Betty is not here. But the honorable member kept going at government programs, youth models of jobs. What the honorable member was referring to was the conducive environment for where real jobs are created, which is the private sector. And we are saying that this economic atmosphere does not augur well for private sector. We are not talking about what is the NAPCO and all these youth things that you can't even pay. We are talking about real lifetime jobs, which can only be created by the private sector. So please be guided.
Honorable, you may go on.
Speaker, thank you. I briefly want to touch on the labor front. And Speaker, before leader interrupted me, I was telling the House that in 2016, industrial disruptions and strikes were 25 strikes involving doctors, nurses, teachers, and so on. Between 2017 and now, this government has ensured that we have lowered this impasse, and only 3 strikes so far. 3 between 2017 and now. In 2016 alone, you recorded 20 strikes. In fact, on the average, 2 every month. In 2016 alone, if you have forgotten, let me remind you. Speaker, the situation isn't that bad. The Fair Wages and Salaries Commission has been working with the various labor groups and are coming up with conditions of service that are better for workers. And this is one area that has contributed to the reduction in the strike actions. Speaker, we have also determined the national minimum wage. As we speak, 2023 was 14.88. It's been moved up 22% to 18.15. So that has been done. We've also determined and concluded on the national base pay, which now settles at 23 percentage points for January to, and then July to December 2024, it will go to 25%. Speaker, it is instructive to note that in spite of all the economic challenges, there has never come a time that the reneged on payment of salaries. And this is important for us to put on record. Speaker, some very significant developments in the ministry that must be mentioned. One is that the Labour Department, which is one pillar or one department of the ministry, is being resourced enough. As we speak, they have received about 100 motorbikes that are enabling them to carry out labor inspection so that the worker has dignity in the workplace. It doesn't end there. We are currently constructing public employment centers for the labor departments in all regions, at least one in every region. And if you go to Wa, you have one there, Oda, you have one at Ebubu, you have one Bolga, we have one in Hohoi, which is serving the Volta region, Dambai serving Oti and all that. 16 of them. Speaker, this kind of, I must put on record that it has never happened in the history of the ministry. It's only at this time that we are having that. Speaker, in addition to this, we are also constructing a head office for the Labour Department, which is situated in the Labour Enclave. And so that will also, thank God, be commissioned next year, God willing. Speaker, the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission, apart from day negotiating, this year also embarked on what they call payroll monitoring. Since April to date, they've been able to save the payroll 178 million, and this is very significant. Speaker, there's also very significant development going on with the Department of Cooperatives. As we speak, even though there are lots of financial challenges, the cooperative department is doing all it can, especially the financial cooperatives. They've been revamped and are doing well with asset under management exceeding 2 billion. And the activities are happening all over Ghana, and I think we need to also mention this. Speaker, I can't conclude without talking about pensions. You know, the pension industry, one to begin with, now payments are paid promptly. The month of November, December, you start receiving your monthly pensions. And I think that this is something we need to mention. In times past, somebody will retire and it will take the person 6 months to 1 year before the person is able to access them. This time, it is not so. Currently, the assets under management exceed 40 billion. In 2016, it was hovering around 10 billion. Between 2017 and now, assets under management in the pension space is exceeding 40 billion. And I think we also need to state that. Speaker, there's also one thing we mentioned about pensions. You know, a lot of our people are in the informal space, and they have not been covered enough. SNIT has been innovative and embarked on what we call the SEED, Self-Employment Enrollment Drive. And as we speak, just within a year, they've been able to move from 14,000 members to 57,000 just in 1 year. Speaker, one challenge that we also experience in the pension space is to do with those that are engaged with the employers paying for tier 2. Even though mandatory, most of them do not pay the contributions under the tier 2. Thankfully, the MPRA has been given prosecutorial powers, and as we speak, last year and this year, they've been able to prosecute about 22 employees, and that is bringing in the opportunity for employers to now also pay promptly on pensions. Speaker, I think that a lot more would have been said, but these are significant, and I need to put on. So, concluding, I will urge members to support the passage or the approval of this budget, because it brings hope and creates lots of opportunities for young people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Member. We now, the Honourable Member, the Ranking Member, Honourable Ebenezer Oklete Taylor. He's a Ranking Member, so you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate on corporate politics for 2012. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through this budget from first page to the final page. And, Speaker, my conclusions are that this country really needs honest leaders. We need people who stand by the truth and the truth only. Mr. Speaker, we all agree that today our country is in a certain economic quagmire. The situation is dire, and we need to be truthful and honest to accept the fact that things aren't going well, so that everybody will come on board to support the process of getting out of the situation. But if you come here to tout things that cannot be seen, Mr. Speaker, I did. For every reaction, there's an action, and there's an end product, and the end product determines the success of whatever you did. My brother had just been talking about the fact that they have employed so and so numbers while he is doing this. The last time I was at the Ija, where we have been sitting, the number of youth that came out to solicit something to go, something small, as you all know, tells you that there's something wrong with the economy. Mr. Speaker, and the fact is that we cannot find respite in things like NAPCO. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine government going to borrow at a very expensive rate? The same government will tax the private sector to pay those loans, and then the government will use that money to go and pay for non-productive jobs that cannot pay for, instead of giving the money to the private sector so they can develop sustainable jobs. We are doing otherwise, and yet we said everything. Okay, who need any area?
Mr. Speaker, the other thing too is education. I'm happy the Minister of Education is here. Mr. Speaker, we have to go back into our history before we start claiming credit for certain things that are happening. Mr. Speaker, I am a typical example. I finished middle school from 4 with 43 of my colleagues, and 2 of us only went to secondary school. Subsequently, the educational reform that was started by His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings made secondary education, brought secondary education closer, and therefore progressively numbers increasing. If today free SHS is complementing, it is not novel. Mr. Speaker, I went to, I'm sure you also enjoy the same thing. We went to secondary school free, and we were even given allowances. We went to university, myself and my senior chief President. I remember those days in Commonwealth Hall, where national reforms, were being brought. The Marshal asked because we didn't understand what was going on. We need to really start asking questions now. What really caused government to remove subsidies? What is happening in the industry of Ghana? We started in our numbers, only 9 of us in a department. Today, if you go 200, 300 in one class. Mr. Speaker, we are saying numbers are increasing. And what I want to point out is that let's go back to history and see. Our educational sector wants to absorb numbers because of the restructuring that took place since 1980. So we must give credit where credit is due. Mr. Speaker, I came back this morning from my post, and I just want to thank the President. He graced our festival. But Mr. Speaker, when I was coming, then I really understood why Mr. President came there with a heli. Mr. Speaker, the roads. This week, my sister was with us in the constituency. I'm sure she also went through the same thing. The roads from Odumasi Krobo to Medina. Mr. Speaker, normally it will take you just 45 minutes. Stay there and come to work. But today, if you attempt, it will take you 3-4 hours. The roads are terrible. Then, Mr. Speaker, I had a sad experience. Last week, one of my branch executives was killed by a motorbike, not because the motor had an accident, but the motor fell in a pothole and he sat on the thing and the man died. Mr. Speaker, you know what I'm talking about. The man sat on his testicles because, and I am not joking. Mr. Speaker, that is the extent to which our roads have been damaged and destroyed. We employ the President. I just want to plead with him. There are a lot of very important and infrastructure in that area. We have the Akuse Dam. We have Home Irrigation Authority. We have, these are the few investments that are creating jobs in that area. And Mr. Speaker, if it will have to take you about 3-4 hours, if you have to take about 3 to 4 to drive from Odumasi to Akuse, then what are we doing to ourselves? Mr. Speaker, to my substantive area, Mr. Speaker, today I am talking about the destruction of roads because of excess rains and the fact that we are not prepared. We have not prepared enough to meet the changes in the climate. Mr. Speaker, today, if you go through them, you will see that the minister has copiously and presented it eloquently on the issue about climate financing. And that I also believe that climate financing is the way to go. Now, but Mr. Speaker, we must all agree that this is a very new area, and being at various fora where issues about climate financing appears to even be new to a lot of people who have been, sent to come and speak on, and therefore our people to come to the table and then have negotiation with the necessary backing and understanding, and that would have to come from us. And therefore, just quoting it, just saying that we are going to get, raising the hopes of people of Ghana, we are going to get so much from these transactions may not be true. Mr. Speaker, as we contemplate how to assess the carbon market, etc., there's a need for us to also recognize the fact that climate change has its attendant problems, and one of it is health and on its effect on agriculture and therefore food production. Mr. Speaker, we have touted a lot of programs. 1D, 1F, one village, one dam. I'm happy to hear this morning that the village, one village, the dams are being converted into fish ponds. In fact, the minister said it. But I just want to remind him that we are working towards reducing carbon footprints, and therefore they must take into consideration the conversion. Let's look at the impact, let's do proper impact assessment of that conversion in order not to increase the release of greenhouse gases into the environment. Mr. Speaker, all these programs that have been touted by the previous government, I believe, did not succeed because, I wouldn't say they were not true, but the whole policy was not based on science and data. Because if they really did a proper assessment and they were serious about really import substitute products, they will really apply themselves seriously to science and data. It is of no use to build 160 factories, so to say. But as we speak today, they cannot boast of one product that any of these companies has come to replace. One product that is being produced here, and for which we have stopped importation. And it is all because, Mr. Speaker, we have not applied ourselves to science and data. Mr. Speaker, when you go in budget, you would see efforts by the scientific institutions in this country. We have passed laws in this chamber. We have the research fund. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, I don't know what is happening. I don't know whether it's of education or the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology that is supposed to be pushing for its implementation. Nothing is happening. Government itself is unable to provide the necessary funding for research in this country. And for that matter, Mr. Speaker, if you go through this, budget, you realize that for CapEx and goods and services, for research institutions, nothing to write home about. What it means is that we are paying people to go and sit in without doing anything. And Mr. Speaker, because they also want to be promoted, they want to publish. What they do is that they subscribe to foreign programs, attracting funding from outside. And Mr. Speaker, as the saying goes, he who pays the piper will call the tune. And therefore, today, we are complaining that when you go to the research institutions, they have research done sitting on shelves, and that most of the reports of outcomes cannot be, applied to our situation. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that anybody would want to give money to Ghana for free to solve its problems. We must start. As we wait, as the Minister said, and as we all believe, that the way now is climate financing. Whilst we wait to get money from those areas, we must also apply science to the distribution and the use of the little resources that we have. Let's apply our resources to the right places. Let's embark on the right programs. The political programs are becoming too many, and they are not yielding any results. We are proud to talk about 1D1F. There's nothing to show. There is nothing, Mr. Speaker, because it is just populist. But if we apply ourselves to science and data, we know that Ghana, for instance, the CSR, I'm happy my colleague mentioned that for a very long time, they are coming out with a lot of varieties of crops and grains. He mentioned cowpea that was developed recently. Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind that it started about 14 years ago. It takes a long time. We know the incubation period of science research takes sometimes, a long time, maybe our lifetime. And if you don't take care, Mr. Speaker, you may lose interest. But what I want to say is that, Mr. Speaker, let us take a key from what happened in 2020. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people do not understand why we were able
less than 30 seconds now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people are just happy, and we're all happy that the vaccine was eventually gotten to take care of COVID-19. But Mr. Speaker, there was a painstaking investment that was done years, and nobody knew that COVID was going to start. Today, because of climate change, there is emergence of new diseases to prepare, because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, there is a plea from the Minister for Education. He's been around for some time now, and he was scheduled to answer questions. It's important we let him know whether we'll be answering the questions. If we are, then we have to give him the opportunity, because he has to go for what I see here is called cabinet meeting. I don't know why cabinet is meeting today, but sometimes there are emergency cabinet meetings. So leaders, let's know from you, are we going to take the questions? If so, could we go to the questions now for him to answer before going? Or we reschedule the questions?
Mr. Speaker, we could have done that. Unfortunately, most of the people who asked the question, because the agreement that we will finish the debate before we start the questions, I'm assuming that that's cabinet. Okay, well, the minister is here. I'm just talking about those who asked the questions. They are here. They have responded. They are here. Okay, but the understanding was that we'll finish the debate unless we decide that we are curtailing for the day, and then allow the minister to answer the questions. Yeah.
Honourable members, our main item is the budget debate, and so we will have to reschedule the questions. I'll direct the table office to get in touch for the questions to be rescheduled for the ministers, so we can continue with the debate. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
So, Speaker, with your leave, he wants the questions rescheduled for Wednesday. Wednesday,
are you sure you've done the consultation?
We are concluding the debate on Wednesday with the leaders, so there's enough time for.
Honourable leaders, you may need to consult, because you know we are going to take the motion on the recomposition of the committees for the budget process. And then we are also going to look at the standing orders this week. And then we will start the consideration stage of the property rights and values bill. We have
Speaker, I think we'll take your first. We'll consult and then inform the minister accordingly. And Wednesday is the conclusion. There's committee of the whole meeting and a whole lot of issues. So we'll consult, then get in touch with the Minister of Education.
Yes, consult the Minister for Works. I'm told the Minister for Works and Housing is also here. And he was also to answer questions. So consult him to so they get the proper dates to reschedule.
We sincerely apologize to the Honorable Minister of Education and the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. We'll consult and get back to you as quickly as we can. Thank you.
You don't have to apologize. What we are still doing is part of their work. It's the budget, their budgets that we are trying to approve for them. If not, what can they do at the ministries? Even though both of them for 3 years going have not even built a toilet even for the speaker. And so they come and tell me all these things they have done today. I don't know where they've done them. Unless you don't respect your speaker. Common block. The Minister for Education was talking about so many things that he's done in the country. Since 2021, one this has submitted to you up to date, it's not been done. Education. He's aware of what I'm talking about. The speaker is for the whole country. That's my constituency. You have small constituencies. My constituency is the whole country. And I get so many requests through the country to intervene, to support them. When I put in the claim, you keep on promising me, but you've never done it. 3 years. Anyway, so, honorable members, I direct that the questions in respect of the Minister of Education, Works and Housing be rescheduled after consultation with the ministers. I so direct. Now we'll continue the budget debate. I'm told that it's now the turn for, I hope it's around, Honorable Charles Achampo. Yes. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Rise Honorable Speaker. Indeed, you have the whole country as your constituency. So I would also bring my request through you so that I get whatever I want for my constituency. Mr. Speaker,
it's your constituency who bring the request, not you, the MPs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the budget statement and the economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, to initially correct some notion where my senior colleagues, some young guys came around soliciting or begging him for some few coins. And so it meant that the country was a bit difficult. We do have young guys who do not really want to work. So when they approach you, it doesn't necessarily mean that there are no job opportunities for them. But there could be job opportunities, just that they do not want to work. So I'd like to correct that notion that it doesn't necessarily mean that the economy is hard on that one. Mr. Speaker, My brief contribution will be centered around 3 areas on the budget, and that will be gender, works and housing, and lands and natural resource. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Global Gender Index Ghana's Gender Index continues to be a challenge for the country. Yes, I am contributing to the budget. Sorry?
What? Honourable member, address me.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like I said, Ghana's global gender gap continues to be a challenge in this country. Despite the numerous initiatives and programs that we have put in place, it continues to decline. And it's a bit worrying when you find out that still there are lots of disparities between girls, ladies, and women in different sectors within the country. We have programs such as Girls in ICT, that is promoting girls in the ICT, that's promoting the gender side of the country. We also have girl-child education country. Currently, our global gender index is around 0.68 as of November 2023. It hasn't been steady, it has been undaunting. It goes like a waveform, it goes up and down, and it's not encouraging. Mr. Speaker, in the light of this, you will notice that in the 2023 Budget and Economic Policy of Ghana, the ministry is proposing the Affirmative Action Bill to decrease the gender gap for this country. It is imperative to know that this Affirmative Action Bill is supposed to promote a lot of areas that we find as a problem in various institutions, such as religion, disability, and gender. The government of Ghana, through this affirmative action, for which, Mr. Speaker, we are keenly interested, will help mitigate all these challenges we are facing in this country. Mr. Speaker, again, it is interesting to know that the social programs that the country has built since the Fourth Republic has mainly been done by the MPP government. And the MPP government continually puts in measures to strengthen this program. That is why, again, in this budget, you will notice that we seek to promote the Social Protection Bill that will strengthen all these social intervention programs for the year. That's to strengthen the social programs that the country has initiated. Mr. Speaker, I'll then go on to the works and housing area. Rent has become a very difficult thing for every low-income earner in this country. Even though the Rent Act is there to mitigate the overexploitation of tenants, landlords are not perturbed about this. The reason being that they know that the far outweighs the supply. Therefore, they do not give recognition to the Act 220, which seeks to curtail the amount of money they are supposed to collect for rent. In this light, you would notice in the 2024 budget financial year that in 2023, the Minister of Housing in February initiated the renting policy of this country, thereby distributing over 13 million Ghana cedis to individuals who were in need of assistance to rent. Mr. Speaker, it is worth to note that intervention, people who have challenges in receiving or who have challenges in renting places to sleep will have peace of mind and will have confidence that they will not be thrown out by their landlords, their various landlords. Also in the budget statement that in 2024, the ministry intends to push this agenda through to other 10 regions in the so that other areas of the country will benefit from this rent assistance scheme. Mr. Speaker, in as much as the ministry is doing this, we also urge all landlords to also adhere to the strict regulations and the strict act of the Act 2020, not to overexploit the ordinary Ghanaian worker. Mr. Speaker, rent has become a challenge in this country, and therefore we should applaud the ministry and this budget for considering that it would assist members or the populace in paying for their rent. In 2021, the Minister of Lands and Forestry also initiated what we call the Greening Ghana project. What's the point in some of the points in Greening Ghana? I heard my senior colleague talk about climate financing and other sectors and greenhouse effect. Green Ghana is one of the initiatives that will help us achieve the climate financing. It will boost our carbon footprints and reduce our carbon footprints in this country, and also help us to achieve whatever we intend to achieve in climate financing. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that the Minerals Commission of Ghana has also initiated alternative livelihood programs to ensure that all the degraded forest areas will be reforested. In this year, they planted over 6.5 million seedlings of various trees. We had acacia, wawa, and other aspects of other pieces. This is to mitigate the various climate change we are facing as a country. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining has continued a burden on this country. For instance, if you of the forest areas in this country, people are really going into the mining industry and people are really destroying the forest areas. Therefore, you realize in this budget, another initiative that has been taken for 2024 is the introduction of mercury-free processing plants and the introduction of community mining schemes in the various countries, in the various communities in this country. So far, over 30 community mining schemes have been initiated, and more is to come in 2024. This is to curb the issue of illegal mining and to ensure that people will undertake safe and proper mining in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end my statement and contribution by reminding members that gold prices continue to rise. Currently, we have at $2,000 per ounce, implying that the country will continue to depend on gold as part of its revenue generation body. For instance, in last year's budget or 2023 revenue generation, gold produced was alone 2.5 billion, indicating that still more with the current increase in the gold prices. It means that the country is going to definitely more than 2.5 billion from revenue from gold. Therefore, it is imperative that we put in more measures to ensure that gold production becomes an important tool and help the economy also grow. Mr. Speaker, in this light, we urge all miners also to ensure that whenever they are mining, they should use safe materials, using mercury to pollute our bodies, to ensure that we all live in a healthy environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we now listen to the Honorable Suleimana Adama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I will be dealing much with the communication subsectors. Mr. Speaker, the government has two programs. One to enhance the capacity of journalists and the media, and the other one to protect them. Paragraph 598 says that the government will place the implementation of the framework for the safety of journalists. This is directly a continuation in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, Article 1624 of our Constitution states that publishers of newspapers and other institutions of mass media shall not be subject to the control or interference by government, nor shall they be penalized or harassed for their editorial opinion and views or the content of their publication. Mr. Speaker, sadly, in the last two budget cycles, since the government decided to implement this framework to protect journalists, the welfare and the safety of journalists have worsened. Indeed, the safety of journalists have significantly reduced, according to the Media Foundation for West Africa. In its recent, journalists have faced threats, they have faced detentions, they have faced torture from state agencies, including the police, the military, and political actors. Mr. Speaker, the overall effect of this is that as the government is spending our taxpayers' money with policies to protect journalists, the same government and its operatives are suppressing journalism. Speaker, in March 2023, the Deputy Station Coordinator of Radio Adan was remanded by the Circuit Court for publishing what is called fake news. Mr. Speaker, in March 2022, the Chief of the Adan Traditional Area banned Radio Adan from covering the traditional festival of the area. In May 2022, Mr. Speaker, men stormed the studios of Radio Benya FM, kicked and punched radio show hosts, and smashed the station's equipment. Mr. Speaker, as this framework has been published with our money in 2023 and in 2024, the minister, who is a member of government, and members of the party which the minister is a member of stormed the studios of UTV in a live program in contravention to Article 162.4 that they wanted the content of a TV program to be reviewed. Mr. The overall effect of these attacks on radio stations, on TV stations, and on journalists is the drop in our rankings as far as press freedom is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we fell from, in 2023, Ghana placed 60th out of 180 countries on press freedom. In 2020, that's in 2022. In 2023, we fell to 62nd. Among African countries, we placed 9th. Mr. Speaker, this is our worst position in years. And the rankings also show that Burkina Faso, which is being ruled by the military, banning local transmission of international broadcasters and deporting foreign journalists perform better than Ghana. The list of countries that rank higher than Ghana included Niger. This is against the backdrop that Ghana recorded its best performance when it ranked 22nd globally in 2015. In 2018, we ranked number 1 in Africa and 23rd in the world. This clearly shows that the welfare of journalists under a period that we are implementing a policy to protect them has never been good. Mr. Speaker, the government is adopting a piecemeal approach in its attempt to protect journalists. The budget, government says that under paragraph 597, they want the information, they are launching what we call Ghana Today under the Information Services Department to protect, to stop the scourge of misinformation and in the country. As I said, let me remind the minister that without passing the broadcast bill, into an act, this provision that the ministry wants to use to curtail misinformation and disinformation cannot be achieved. Indeed, the Press Freedom Index spotlights the rapid effect of fake content on press freedom. So, I want the Ministry of Information and the government to expedite actions to pass the broadcast bill, because in 2021, in 2022, in 2023, in these 3 budgets, the plans to introduce the bill to Parliament has been stated in, but still, the bill is still not before Parliament. We cannot waste any time in bringing the broadcast bill to the House for consideration. One of the policies of this government, as far as the Ministry of Communication is concerned, is rural telephony projects. In fact, it's the program of the Ministry of Communication. In the 2023 budget, government planned to build additional 700 sites. They have built 110 out of the 1,016. They plan to build additional 700, but none happened in 2023. In 2024, government said they will continue to complete the rest of the 1,000 sites that are left. Mr. Speaker, if you check the budget statement from 738 to 750, all the interventions from rural telephony to cyber security to data protection and all the interventions are geared towards supplying, giving us the supply side of the equation. So as they put in policy measures to supply or to increase digital economy, the same government is putting in measures to stifle the demand side with taxes and with levies. Don't forget e-levy is there. E-levy is more or less a stifling measure. Again, government plans that paragraph 270 of the 2024 budget, they envisage the second phase of the communication service tax. This is more likely another stifle measure in our attempt to bring in inclusion. Mr. Speaker, digitalization and the liberalization of the media landscape has been on the lip service of Ghanaians for a long time. Yes, we have the head of the economic management team, now the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, whose achievement is on digitalization. But I want to put it on record that the dividends if any, that we have now on digitalization did not start now. It started in the early 90s when former President John Dramani Mahama was the Minister for Communication. In fact, he led the attempt to liberalize the telecom sector. Gone were the days when you only BBC as the only radio station in Ghana. That liberalization led to the flurry of TV and radio stations that we have now. Mr. Speaker, don't forget that the telecom subsector also saw the liberalization under the reign of President Mahama as the Minister for Communication. That's how now that we have the telecom sector. So if there is somebody who should be credited with liberalization and the digitalization that we have in the country, certainly it is not the digital vice president. It is President John Dramani Mahama. In fact, he did not just end there. When he became president, under his tenure, we have added, under his tenure, Mr. Speaker, yes, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, under the tenure of President Mahama, President, the Accra Digital Center was built. We added more fiber optics to our infrastructure than any in the history of Ghana. So if you are able to do Ghana card, if you are able to undertake all the digital exercise that we claim have taken that somebody's one song, it is because these infrastructures were put together by the visionary John Dramani Mahama. As I wind up, I want to urge the Ghanaian populace to give the president, incoming President John Dramani Mahama, the opportunity to implement the 24-hour economy. And we will see the effect of the infrastructure that he has put down. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Akwasi Akwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to add my voice to the debate on this inquiry. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing I've noted since this debate started. Speaker after speaker on the other side would end up sort of campaigning for the ex-president, John Mahama. We are here to debate the budget. The budget is what is going to run the country for the next 1 year. And so I thought we are going to give premium to the contents of the budget than having speakers saying that they don't even know 1D, 1F stands for. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. And this budget has been presented to this house. If we check paragraph 652, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read. Mr. Speaker, to date, 169, 1 district, 1 factory. The 1F projects are operational, an increase from 126 as at the end of 2022. An additional 152 factories are currently under construction and expected to be fully operational in 2024 and 2025. In terms of employment, a total of 59,870 have been engaged. These are the statistics that have been given in relation to the 1D, 1F concept. And so if you have a senior colleague saying he doesn't know what the 1D, 1F stands for, then you wonder whether members from the other side are reading this budget from a particular context. Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet to look at the sector tourism. Tourism is one of the major drivers of every economic growth. And this budget has said about how Ghana's tourism industry has increased steadily from when the COVID-19 restrictions were lifted. We have seen the tourism sector growing from one point to the other. A major contributor to Ghana's GDP is, like I said, and surely the projected GDP of 1 trillion is going to have tourism as a driver. Ghana is no exception of countries that are depending so much on tourism as its main contribution to GDP. Right after the COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, there has been a deliberate effort to cover from some of the discrepancies in our tourism statistics. So, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will share a few statistics here to show how the tourism industry has increased. From 2019 to 2023, the first quarter, according to the Tourism Report 2022, we had a total of 247,834 international arrivals. By the end of the second quarter, we are doing 234,035. That is by the end of the second quarter, as against 4,583 that was recorded in 2020. And so who says COVID-19 hasn't impacted negatively on our economy? If you look at the statistics, it clearly tells you that we would not make much from the tourism industry from the COVID-19 strike. Mr. Speaker, the major drivers to the boost in the tourism sector is one, government's drive on digitization. Most travelers will want to choose countries who are so digitalized. They want to keep in touch with friends and family when they are outside their country. Ghana's internet access and penetration is so much to a point where a lot of tourists will want to look at our levels before they decide to visit Ghana. Jessica, Ghana is a very well-known country because we are able to sell ourselves on the social media. It is therefore not surprising that now if you go on the social media, you click on Adongo Magua. Adongo Magua. It comes out to tell you of who Honorable Adongo is and the fact that Magua, well, Magua has been able to apologize to receive the apology of Adongo. It tells you that the social media is something we don't have to play with. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to bring this of our friends on the other side. A viral video that is showing some members of the NDC who went to the house of the president to do some cleanups, and they were wielding weapons. Well, I am looking at the things, Mr. Speaker, that will promote tourism. If you have a whole political party, visiting their candidates, and they are wielding cutlasses, machetes, and the idea is show us your weapon. I'm sure if this is displayed into the international community, it will definitely deter people from coming to Ghana. It will reduce the number of tourists who come to Ghana.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise on Order 93-4. The speech of a member must have reference to the subject matter of discussion We are debating this budget. Very important subject. Right, the member rises up and he's talking about members raising matches and cutlasses, which has nothing to do with his budget. Focus on the budget. Redirect him to focus on the budget, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at the things that promote tourism in Ghana, and I'm saying that because these days people or they watch social media and they look at some of these viral videos, I expect our members on the other side to explain to Ghanaians how come members of the party will go for a cleanup in their candidate's house and be using machetes. What were they doing with those weapons? And then you have people who can show us your weapon, show us your weapon, show us your weapon. Mr. Speaker, I think that these are some of the things that will deter tourists from coming to add up to Ghana's GDP. We expect that by this time you explain to what they were doing with those weapons. Mr. Speaker, another major driver of tourism boost in this country is good roads. This budget has said how much we have invested in the road sector. And we have said that this government has done more roads than any other government. This obviously is one of the things that gets people to think about visiting Ghana. The airports are one area that will definitely promote tourism. The Tamale Airport is an international one. We have the Kumasi Airport. And one of the things that would also promote tourism, Mr. Speaker, is good health facilities. Visitors will want to look at the fact that if they are in your country and they have a health condition, it becomes easier for them to access a particular health facility. The honorable member for the Fiama said, Ghana is not Accra. And that is why I wonder why anytime there is a debate on health, you start talking about REACH, you start talking about GMC, you start other facilities based in Accra. When this government has embarked on the biggest infrastructure drive as far as health is concerned, Agenda 111, having hospitals to an extent that if tourists are in Ghana, it becomes easier for them to access health facilities anytime the health condition. This government is proud to be associated with the health insurance. Health insurance is the biggest financing grant for health facilities. And health insurance has promoted a lot of private hospitals, Mr. Speaker. If you look at a lot of hospitals that are in existence, they are because it becomes easier for people.
Member, in conclusion,
I have 10 minutes, I guess.
I've even added 30 seconds to yours. Now, if I say in conclusion, it will be 4 minutes.
I want to direct members to look at paragraph 666. Paragraph 666. 666 is a number nobody can forget. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to read. Mr. Speaker, the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial Park was redeveloped, modernized and commissioned by His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, on 4th of July 2023. Since opening in 1993, the park had the highest number of 98,000 visitors in 2019, during the year of return. However, 4 months after the recent facelift in July, this number has increased to about 150,000 visitors. Revenue subsequently increased from a paltry 3,000 to an average of 1 million per month. Wow. This is a very good investment in the tourism sector. We've been able to push money into this sector, and now it drives a lot of tourists for us to be making 1 million cedis a month, which was 3,000 in the past. Mr. Speaker, we are doing a lot of investments, and the other area that I want to recommend the government to look at.
Honorable members, it's the turn of Professor Hamza Adam. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to associate myself with the budget debate. My last speaker was just chanting like a pastor. And I believe strongly that his mind tells him that the issues he was mentioning are not on point. Mr. Speaker, I have one issue very dear to my heart that I want to start with. The removal of the on sanitary pads. The leader did very well this morning and articulated the issues very well on the tax matter. Mr. Speaker, I think that government has finally listened to the numerous calls for the tax to be dropped. But there are a lot of efforts that pushed government to do that. And those who have contributed in diverse ways to get the tax removed must be commended. One of the people who must be commended is His Excellency, the former President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, you deserve commendation on because you were a serious advocate, and I believe strongly that you pushed the government to listen. Civil society organizations, all of them deserve commendation. Mr. Speaker, I share my personal experience on that subject. Somewhere in 2012, I was given some consultancy to do around Central Gonja. And that consultancy was to undertake a baseline survey on sexuality of young girls. And in fact, the predicaments of the young girls that I interviewed, in fact, was terrible. I remember one of them, age 14, she told me that because of the buying of sanitary pads, she had to give in for a man to sleep with him at the age of 14, because, just to part with 20 Ghana cedis. I eventually had to adopt one of the girls. So for me, this is a very good progress, and we are calling on the government. They're taking away of the study now. We can still do better. What we also experience in Ghana is that anytime we are supposed to reduce prices of goods, many people run away from that because we are used to increments. So as MP, I believe strongly that we can all take it upon ourselves to ensure that when we go back to our constituencies, we put pressure to ensure that the prices are brought down. Mr. Speaker, my chairman spoke extensively about climate change. And for me, I think it is important to discuss climate change because of its prominence in current developmental dispensation. Mr.
Honorable Member, the second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
All right. So, climate change is a very important matter that we all have to be concerned about. Even though as a developing country, the evidence is that we contribute less than 5% to the greenhouse gas emissions, which are responsible for causing climate change. But we get the highest backlash of the hazards of climate change. So for me, if we have the climate change is putting much stress on the ordinary human being we have in this country, especially the smallholder farmers, because these smallholder farmers, they depend directly on the weather, because they live on agriculture, which is clearly dependent on agriculture. So this is the right time for us to consider supporting the smallholder farmer. But unfortunately, we have a new policy in the budget, which is talking about planting for food and job phase 2. The planting for food and job phase 2 is concentrating on value chain. It is using the approach, the input credit approach, which is the government is trying to use that opportunity to run away from its responsibility. Because with the planting for food and job phase 2, what the policy is seeking to do is to support what we call aggregators. And these aggregators are the ones who are going to supply the various items that the farmers would need. And I think this one is going to put stress on the ordinary farmer. I have had the opportunity of working in similar projects which turned out not to work well. And so that's the reason why I have said it many times that the phase 2 will not be successful, because to put undue pressure on the ordinary farmer who is already very vulnerable. So planting for food and job phase 2, I think that government must take time and do adequate consultation before it rushes through it. We also saw what happened to planting for food and job phase when it was rushed through. It turned out to be a complete failure. Otherwise, we wouldn't be abandoning it and going to look at planting for food and job phase 2. I had an experience of working with MIDA, and the approach that was similar. But at the end of the day, it was not successful. The reason was that farmers are so vulnerable that if you supply them with inputs, those aggregators, they borrow from the banks. And they also borrow at the prevailing rate. So at the end of the day, the prices of the inputs that they sell to the farmers will be high. And that makes it difficult for the farmer to be able to pay back. There was an organization called RAIN. They also use the same to support farmers. And in fact, I was part of the team that was evaluating that particular project. And the farmers were finding it difficult to be able to pay back, to the extent that they were threatening of bringing police to out of the farmers. It wouldn't work. Another organization called Masara Arzichi, it also started the same approach, and that when they started, it was going well, but subsequently, it appeared that they had to stop because the act was not going well. And that is the reason why I will strongly recommend that the ministry must come again. The issue of using that the credit input approach to replace planting for food and job, I think is not a step in the right direction. Government must look at it again. The issue of climate change financing. When the chairman was submitting, chairman mentioned that the minister in his submission is establishing what we call the climate finance division at the ministry. For me, I don't think that is something that is good enough, because we have seen in this country where the Minister of Finance, in my view, doesn't have...
Honourable member, you must be winding up.
Doesn't have the credibility to host such funds. You also saw what happened to COVID funds. So, if we are not careful, the ministry will misapply the funds as they did to COVID funds. So, they should allow ministries that are already hosting the projects. They already have the system in place that is, and they must allow them to work instead of the ministry trying to take custody of the climate funds. Mr. Speaker, the other important issue is the Research and Development Fund. Since 2019...
And your time is up.
All right, Mr. Speaker, so to just conclude, I want to say that we are losing in this country, losing the fight on this galamsey. And the reason is that if you look at what happened to the report of Supreme Court, it tells us clearly that we are not ready to deal with galamsey issues in this country. He presided over the interministerial committee, and he came out with the evidence. So it is, if we
Thank you.
So I think that government must do something.
Let's turn to Honorable Dr. Isaac Opoku. Doc, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the motion on the floor in support of the approval of the 2024 budget. Speaker, since the budget was presented to this House, I've heard my friends on the other side referring to the budget as empty. And Speaker, I ask myself, what documents are they reading? Is it the same budget which was presented to this House? Speaker, my good friends on the other side, they find it very difficult to accept the fact that COVID has contributed immensely to the decline of the economy in this country. Mr. Speaker, I remember when we came here in 2021. Speaker, it took us more than 6 months to see the full faces of our colleagues in this House. We always came to the House with our faces covered with nose masks. Speaker, coughing was a taboo in 2021. And I remember Speaker directed that we should observe proceedings from our offices. Speaker, the situation was so bad, and I was that the economy was even going to collapse. Speaker, in 2019, GDP growth was 6.5. Then all of a sudden, it plummeted to 0.5. Speaker, I thought the economy was going to crash. It took the visionary the competent Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo to calm our nerves down. When the president said, I know how to resurrect the economy, I don't know how to resurrect the dead. Speaker, we didn't believe him. Now, the economy is relatively stable. Inflation is down. Growth is beyond expectation. Mr. Speaker, when the city was tumbling and the president addressed the nation and he said, calm down, Sika Emperor, Sika Mpedede. When the president said Sika Mpedede, the city has since remained stable. Mr. Speaker, I will be speaking mainly on trade and industry, but permit me to respond to comments made by my good friends on the other side when we were approving the syndicated loan. I heard them talking about losses in Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, and the other time I was about to ask the question, now who caused? Speaker, in 2011-2012, under the National Democratic Congress, cocoa borrowed $2.0 billion. 2.0 billion. Speaker, in 2016-2017, and same under cocoa board, under the NBC, cocoa board borrowed $1.8 billion. What did you use that money for? Put the two figures together. Mr. Speaker, in 2016-2017, when they borrowed $1.8 billion, the intention was to buy 850 tons of cocoa. 850 tons. That was the forecast, the projection. Speaker, when the MPP took over in January 2017, not even $1 was left in the office. And they are talking as if they left a clean slate. They left all the 1.8 million, which was intended to buy 850 tons of cocoa. Mr. Speaker, when the MPP took over, instead of the 850 tons of cocoa, Speaker, they had bought only 611.
Honourable, you get your time. Then you will address all the issues if you think they are not correct. Please.
Speaker, don't mind him.
Leader, you will get your time so that you address these issues. But leader, I haven't called you.
Oh, he was talking to me.
Honourable Champon, resume your seat. Honourable Member for Offences, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they had bought only 611,000.
Use the hands to also address
of cocoa.
Retract all those issues.
Speaker, fortunately or unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we ended up buying 911,000 tons of cocoa. Where were we going to get the money to the 355,000 tons of cocoa? So, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board had to borrow money to buy 355,000 tons of cocoa. We had to pay the farmers. We had to pay for buyer's margin. We had to pay for haulage margin. So, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board ended up borrowing $3 million to purchase the 355,000 tons of cocoa. That is the genesis of the losses that you have been talking about. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is lucky that the NDC didn't win power 2020. Mr. Speaker, we are very lucky. I have been in Cocoa Board for 30 years, and they have never initiated any program as far as productivity enhancement is concerned. They have never initiated one, Mr. Speaker, not even one. They sometimes talk about
distribution of seedlings. Speaker, they didn't initiate it. Distribution of seedlings started during the colonial days. During the colonial days, when the seed gardens were initiated.
School them.
Speaker, they also talk about free distribution of fertilizer. For your information, distribution of fertilizer is the high-tech program. You didn't start it. It was started by His Excellency the President, John Adjournment. You didn't start it. So as far as I know, for my 30 years in Cocoa Board, not even one productivity enhancement program was initiated by the NDC. Tell me, is it the hand pollination program that you initiated? Is it the mass spraying program that you initiated? Is it the cocoa high-tech program that you initiated? Is it the living income differential that you initiated? Which one did you initiate? Mr. Speaker, the only program they intended to initiate, they attempted. Mr. Speaker, they refer to their own manifesto. Speaker, their own manifesto, paragraph 6.11.2.13, titled Program to Effectively Tackle Fall Army Worms. Speaker, fall army worm is not a pest on cocoa. It is not a pest on cocoa. So, Mr. Speaker, their 2024 manifesto, if they need any consultancy, I'll give it to them free of charge. They should come. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Akando and Ahin, they are MPs for cocoa growing areas. They will bear me out. Speaker, there was a strange disease country in 1985. Yes, 1985, caused by a species called Phytophthora megacarya. Mr. Speaker, it was devastating all our cocoa from 1995 to 2000. They did nothing, absolutely nothing about that. They couldn't. So, no, Mr. Speaker, when the NDC was leaving office in 2000, cocoa production was only 340,000 metric tons. Only 340,000 metric tons. It took President Kufuor double the figure. When President Kufuor was leaving office, production was 740,000 metric tons.
Honorable member, wind up. That time is almost up.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to trade and industry. Mr. Speaker, aren't you worried about the unemployment situation in this country? Yes. And when the government is tackling unemployment head on by industrializing this country, you are not supporting it. Mr. Speaker, when I hear them saying that they don't see the 1D, 1F anywhere, 169 1F all over the country, you cannot see them. 169 countries. Mr. Speaker, in 2 years' time, additional 152 are going to come on board. My mathematics good enough. Put the two together, and very soon it will no longer be 1D, 1F.
Thank you for your contribution. Yes, leader.
Speaker, before you call the next speaker, let me plead with you. A senior member who has been here since 1992, the king of this parliament, who happens to come from the cocoa growing areas, stood up. And with all due respect, I mean, the senior member will not stand up.
Honorable leader, I know where you are driving now.
Stands up. You allow him. So please,
Honorable
before
leader,
you call the next,
I know where you are driving now.
Before you call the next speaker, right now, Speaker, with all due respect, allow the senior member to make a comment, a brief comment. This is just an application.
Leader, whatever, if he's going to take his time as a ranking member, then he has already debated. No. Whatever correction, give it to the one who is about to speak. It is now the turn of Abednego. You have spoken, eh? Okay. It is now Honorable Abednego Bandim. Honorable, let's hear you. You have 10 minutes. So whatever you have, whatever correction you want to make, give it to him to do that correction, please. Yes, Honorable Abednego, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I commence my debate, which is going to be focused on the communications industry, I want to correct the impression that the honorable member just made.
Use your time to correct whatever you want to correct. But you have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Fast.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me correct the impression that the honorable member created, which is falsehood, that the NDC government made losses on the cocoa 2 billion bond. Let me indicate that it is not true. Under the NDC government, we made a profit of 2 billion. We paid and then made an excess profit of $150 million. The NDC. Yeah. I thought that the honorable should be concerned about his own constituency hospital that brought into this house and was later transferred to a nearby constituency which has never been built. You should be concerned about that. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, let me now focus on communication. Speaker after speaker on the majority side have used the girls in ICE training to debate, and the minister herself have always talked about the training of girls in ICT. Mr. Speaker, in 2023 budget, 2023 budget, it was projected that 100,000 girls would be trained in ICT. That was reported in 2023 budget. After they had trained only 300 girls in ICT in 2022 and projected to train 100,000 in 2023. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, 2024 budget, they have only managed to train 200 girls in ICT. 2,000. Mr. Speaker. A projection of 100,000 only managed to train 2,000. So there is a deficit of 90,000 that they have not been able to train. Yet they pride themselves about it. This is a government that targets way above its limits, way above its capacity, and under-deliver. Yet they call themselves competent people. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you how they are training these girls on one hand and collapsing the very network that these girls are supposed to use to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, under President John Dramani Mahama, whom they call competent, he handed over 6 mobile network telecom operators. For the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, I will count them for you. There was Expression in operation. We had MTN operating. Yes. We had Vodafone operating. Yes. We had a network called Glow operating. Yes. We had Tigo operating. Yes. And we had Airtel operating. 6 of them under John Dramani Mahama. And we handed over these 6 telecos to them. Today, Mr. Speaker, I can report to you that they have collapsed them. It is only left with 3 telecos, and even with the 3, one is limping. Because Airtel couldn't operate, Go couldn't operate, and they had to force a merger. We asked the minister to come and give this house a briefing. The minister has failed to appear before us and brief us on the merger of Airtel to Go. As we speak, we don't know how much government spent to ensure that Airtel to Go is in operation. Mr. Speaker, I can also report to the country that Vodafone is limping. Therefore, they have offered Vodafone to Telecel. Mr. Speaker, Telecel itself is not making profits in the countries that they are operating. I can tell you that Telecel is operating in Chad, they are operating in Gibraltar, they are in DRC Congo, they are operating in Gabon, they are operating on losses, and yet Telecel is the company that is taking over Vodafone Ghana. We asked a question: what has happened to the 30% of government stake in Vodafone? No answers are coming from this side. Mr. Speaker, in 2015 or 16, we also 6 broadband wireless application companies. For the avoidance of doubt again, I will mention them to you. We had BDH, we call them Broadband Home. They got a license and never operated under this government. We had SafeLine. SafeLine could only operate in September and in Accra. Today, we don't hear about SafeLine. There was a broadband company, wireless application called what? Gold Key. They have gone under. We had a broadband company called Busy Internet. They have gone under. Comsys, they have gone under. All these companies were supposed to provide broadband so that the girls that they are training can be able to use those networks. Now they are training the girls, and yet they cannot get access to Ghana card in order to register their SIM cards. So as a entity theft, when other cards to register their SIM cards. The issue in my constituency, right, where a lady who owns only one MTN has 6 numbers in her name without her knowledge. Mr. Speaker, under the NDC in 2011, when we commenced the SIM card registration, there was a proper map where all stakeholders came to register SIM cards. We involved the NCA, who spearheaded the process, the Passport Office, the DVLA, the NIA, and all the identity agencies. We deployed staff to go to the nooks and crannies of this country. They went to organize derbas of the chief. We went to the market site. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that indeed both the ISD, Information Service Department, and the AE to educate people to understand the importance of registering their SIM cards. Mr. Speaker, today we speak, the SIM card registration is in a sorry state. Yet the minister was able to come here and give and praise herself that she did very well. Mr. Speaker, the industry of communications is a failure. So if you look at this budget in its totality, it is purposeless, it is visionless, it is abysmal, and it is empty and hollow. There is nothing in this budget.
Well,
so it is so aspiring that the youth of this country have no future with the MPP government. So this budget, we call it a bye-bye budget. They must leave us, and we must manage this country and give hope and inspiration to the people of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. It is now the turn of Honorable Abdallah Alasan Idi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for
Honorable, you have 10 minutes. Come again. Ranking of all. Well, honorable members, I wasn't here, but I've been informed that the new rules is that apart from ministers and leadership, everybody is entitled to 10 minutes. I'm told that was the decision you took this morning.
Okay.
Is that the decision you took this morning?
Mr. Speaker, the ranking member have 15 minutes.
Chairman of what?
And I heard my colleague on the other side saying that he's ranking. He is yet to be ranking in 2025, not now. He's chairman.
Don't be in a hurry.
So he has 15 minutes.
So now he's a chairman. So, honorable member, you have 15. Let's hear you. Honorable member, you are chairman. You have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. Start.
For giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the call for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I refer to paragraph 941 on health infrastructure. The Agenda 111 initiative was launched, we all know, in 2021. Mr. is a major infrastructure drive in the health sector, providing hospitals, about 101 hospitals, 100 capacity bed hospitals, and additional regional hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the effect of these hospitals will be that more of trained doctors will be posted to these hospitals. More of clinicians, more of nurses will be posted to these hospitals. And more of paramedics will be posted to these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, if there is an average hospital that contains 100 workers, it means that we are going to procure employment for close to 16,000 employees countrywide. The effect also will be that we are going to bring health service delivery to the doorstep of the Ghanaian citizens. Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why this government provided the health insurance. Mr. Speaker, the health insurance has gained some improvement. The proportion of increase of the health insurance is about 37% as captured by the budget. Mr. Speaker, it is very good as a people we know where we are coming from, where we are today, and where we are going. If we are talking about health infrastructure, every government has come to do some, but how effective is it? Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Greater Accra Regional Hospital was constructed. The amount that was used to construct the Greater Accra Regional Hospital was $250 million US. Mr. Speaker, at the time, around the same time, a Nigerian entrepreneur, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, was to construct a 1,000-bed capacity hospital at the cost of $12.38 million. Mr. Speaker, these are the same people who are asking us to bring them back to this economy. And I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, a colleague there mentioned that His Excellency John Mahama wants to come back and preside over a 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, it is good to know. Is it the John Mahama we know and John Mahama we don't know? Mr. Speaker, this was the very John Mahama who supervised over an 8-hour economy and plunged this country into permanent doomsday. Mr. Speaker, if by mistake we give him presidency for a week and he's going to supervise over a 24-hour economy, I'm sure the sun may not even appear, Mr. Speaker. Don't mention it again. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the management of this economy is for the competent. It's the people who know that everything is possible. And it is not for people who will sit and say. Mr. Speaker, I also come in the spirit of Honorable ABA Husseini, the Member of Parliament for Sanitary. And I quote, that if a man goes in for an infested firewood, then that will be preparing for an insect party. End quotes.
I didn't hear.
If a man goes in for an infested firewood, same man must be preparing for an insect party. Mr. Speaker, to it, Ghanaians make a mistake to listen to you. On the other side, Ghanaians should be preparing for an insect party. Mr. Speaker, I briefly will also want to touch.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, I also on the judicial service. The 2024 budget captures it that 64 out of the 73 courthouse and bungalows were commissioned, with the rest completed awaiting commissioning. Mr. Speaker, these include 20 townhouses at Danyami, where judges are supposed to be housed. Mr. Speaker, if all these courts are completed, the effect of it will be that justice delivery will be a step of the people. And these courts, the construction of these courts is unprecedented. We've never seen it here in this country, independent till date. And so I call on my colleagues at the other side to reason with me and accept this budget as Nkunim budget, so that together Ghana shall rise again. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much for using only 6 minutes in your 15 minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now we will take the last one. We take the last one from Honorable Agnes Namulati. Lati, you are taking the last one for the day. I should add the 4 minutes. No, he left us with 4 plus 5, 9 minutes. I should add the 9 minutes. Okay, let him finish the minutes first. Honorable, you have 10 minutes. So just utilize the 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to rise to contribute to motion number 9A on the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, permit me to add my voice to the many voices that have congratulated Right Honorable Speaker this morning on his installment. It gives us the assurance that his good works are being observed and watched and admired by many, not just those of us in this house. And so I say congratulations to him. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues on both sides of the house for enriching the debate so far. The in-depth knowledge shared has been enormous, and I believe that it's going to move us far. In fact, this is the first time since I entered this house that I have seen this house, both sides agreeing to the fact that this budget that was presented by the minister has virtually nothing to hold on to. I have heard someone say that it is very, or the fastest way to destroy a country is to take away their hope. And that is what exactly this budget has done to us as Ghanaians. I've been trying to something, at least a glimpse of hope but it's been very evasive. Sometimes you feel that, oh, okay, there's something in here, and then when you delve deeper into it, you realize that there's absolutely nothing. We were in this house against all good advice and admonishment from people on this side, and especially the local government committee, that it is important these huge boundary disputes. Almost every district assembly has boundary disputes. And I've been wondering what happened to the Professor Benedict that was looking into it to proffer solution to ensure that there are clearly stated boundaries in the LIs establishing the various assemblies. As we speak, there are some places that revenue mobilization collection has to be put on hold because you have two assemblies fighting over the same source of revenue. Mr. Speaker, if this boundary issue is not attended to, it will be a great disservice to us if we should even mention the practice of local governance. If you come to a place like Krowo, the Krowo Municipal Assembly has boundary issues with Tema West and also has boundary issues with Lejokuku. If we do not, as responsible stakeholders, rise to solve this issue, I don't know who is going to do that. With the many facts that we've encountered as a local government committee, whilst meeting the various assemblies, it is so difficult for me to say that the assemblies and the local governance of this country is failing, and we need to rise to it. Mr. Speaker, while I try to bring my debate or my contribution to the debate to an end, I'd like to point something out. And I also want to say that there is hope coming. And that hope is in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. The 24-hour economy that is giving us headache on the other side is the way to go. And there is hope because this is what the word of God is saying to the people of Ghana. It says in Exodus 3, verse 9, and now behold, the cry of the children of Israel. You can replace it with Ghana. Is come unto me. Moreover, I have seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. You can replace the Egyptians with the NPP government and Bawumia Nanado government.
And your term is up. Honourable members, we have brought today's debate to a close. Leadership, any indication?
Speaker, except that just so confused about this 24-hour economy. I don't understand. You are saying different thing, he's saying different thing, another person is saying different thing. I don't know whether it was the doomsday that businesses were collapsing 24 hours. I don't get it. Speaker, we are in your hands for adjournment. Leadership have agreed and we are in your hands for adjournment until tomorrow. Except that they cannot actually explain what 24-hour economy is. They cannot. They don't understand it in the first place. You checked before and we only could experience 24-hour doomsday. That was what we know the NDC for. So to come back to tell us you are giving us 24-hour economy, it means you are bringing 24-hour doomsday back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, normally the sickness that will kill the patient, he doesn't understand. What will bring them here, he doesn't understand. But you will find yourself here. But I have a seat for you here, anyway. Mr. Speaker, on a more serious note, just that the debate on the financial and government financial economic policy will be concluded by 2 leaders on Wednesday. So tomorrow will be the day for debate by chairmen and ranking members and other, we are concluding it for members tomorrow. Then the 2 leaders, the majority and the minority leader, will be the only 2 people who will be debating on Wednesday, after which a decision will be taken. So members must make it a point that tomorrow, being the last day, we must come here and we must come on time for us to be able to do justice to it, so that the following day we will be able to conclude by the leaders and then take a decision. The Speaker, I see the chairman. The leaders are speaking, chairman. So I totally agree with the submission by my colleague on the other side that we are in your hands, so you can proceed this one.
Anyway, before I proceed with the request that you are in my hands, let me listen to my
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Since we started this debate, a lot of scriptures are coming from this side of the, and I want to assess strongly. It's not every prayer God will answer. That's what I want to tell you. It's not. You can quote all the scriptures. God will answer some prayers. You will sit here and will remain here.
Yes, honorable member for Who West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that my colleague, who is also a believer, to have said that God does not answer all prayers. He has not backed that with any scriptures. Mr. Speaker, the Bible says that the Lord our God is the Lord and is the maker of the heavens and earth. The heart of the king is in his hand, and he turns it to wherever pleases him. So you should not be worried at all. The time is coming when the Egyptians that we see today, we'll see them tomorrow. They'll be here tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chairman is right. God does not answer all prayers. If he did, for the last 7 years, he would have answered the finance minister Ken Oforiate's prayer. That's where we find ourselves. He has been quoting wrongly, and God looks at our hearts.
Honorable leader, it's okay. Honorable members, you are now in my hands, so I'll proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 28 November 2023, the time will be o'clock in the forenoon. Leader, you propose the House is adjourned.